Good morning from Council Chambers. We're turning the live streaming on just now. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I would like to call this meeting to order. I understand everyone is ready to go. So at this time, I would like to acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and acknowledge the diverse indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Sotu, Blackfoot, Nakota Sioux, as well as Métis and Inuit, and now settlers from around the world. And I will do a quick roll call of council members. Councillor Wright,
Good morning.
Councillor Knack,
Good morning.
Councillor Principe,
Good morning.
Councillor Stevenson,
Good morning.
Councillor Paquette,
Good morning.
Councillor Tang,
Good morning.
Councillor Hamilton,
Yes.
Councillor Rutherford,
Good morning.
Councillor Salvador,
Morning.
Councillor Cartmel,
Good morning.
Councillor Rice,
Good morning.
and Councillor Jans. Councillor Jans? Okay. Adoption of the agenda.
I'll move that the February 2022 City Council meeting agenda be adopted with the following changes. The addition of 5 requests to reschedule reports, addition of 6.2 Enterprise Commons status update, budget scope and timeline pressures, the addition of 6.7 Transit Safety and Security, the addition of 6.12 2022 Council calendar changes, and the addition of 8 motion pending.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Seconded by Councillor Rice. Please vote on the approval of the agenda.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton.
My e-scribe vote is not popping up, so I'm yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just to confirm, Councillor Jans, are you with us? He was with us earlier, Mr. Mayor. I believe it's technical difficulties.
Okay.
We've got 12 votes.
Okay. Display the votes, please. That is carried. Approval of the minutes. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will move the adoption of the minutes from the following meetings: the February 7th and 9th, 2022 City Council meeting, the February 8th, 2022 City Council public hearing, and the February 11th, 2022 special City Council meeting.
Second.
Second by Councillor Rice. Please vote for the adoption of the, approval of the minutes.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. And please note, Councillor Jans has joined the meeting. Mr. Mayor, just waiting for your vote.
Okay, I can't vote, so I'm yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
That is carried. Protocol items. Okay, on the schools, well, we acknowledge them, right? So today, City Hall School, Holy Child grade 5 and 6 class with the teacher Helen Diostres Ward Odeman, and also Brightview School grade 5-6 class with the teacher Dawn Liabele Ward Nikora Iska, Forest Heights grade 5 and 6 class with the teacher Kirsten Janiak Ward Métis, and St. Boniface grade 6 class with their teacher Brendan DeBoisio Ward Papasteo. I also have another very exciting protocol item, and that is good morning, everyone. It is my pleasure to welcome Teti Lopez Sanuga, Edmonton's 9th Port Laureate, to our meeting this morning. For those unfamiliar, Edmonton became one of the first municipalities in Canada to appoint a Port Laureate back in 2005. This position is jointly supported by the Edmonton Arts Council, the City of Edmonton, and Edmonton Public Library. The role of the Port Laureate is to reflect the life of a city through their readings of poetry, and they act as an ambassador for the literary arts. Teti Lopez is a poet, playwright and performer and started her term as Poet Laureate in July of 2021. She has run poetry workshops around the world for both adults and youth and founded the Breath in Poetry Collective, which is an extension of her collaborative and sharing nature. She is the author of 3 award-winning collections of poetry, has composed and released 2 spoken word albums, and her writings have been translated into Italian, German, and Slovak. To add to all these accomplishments, Teti Lopez had the honor of being the first poet to appear at a Nigerian presidential inauguration in 2015. I am so pleased to have Teti Lopez to be part of this remarkable program. During the selection process, Teti Lopez spoke about how she feels our city and the world is in a really huge moment of healing. She believes the role of artists and poets right now is to be a healing balm on the world. So it is no surprise that she calls her current project Tenderness Yeg. Tenderness Yeg provides Edmontonians the opportunity to share their stories of hope and healing from the past couple of years. This project is housed as a digital archive with the hope to create a physical exhibition when everyone can safely be together again. I, for one, look forward to seeing and hearing all the stories from Edmontonians. Now, without further ado, this morning we have the esteemed privilege of hearing from Teti Lopez herself. So, Teti Lopez, welcome, and the virtual floor is yours.
Good morning, Your Worship, councilors. It is truly an honor to have been invited to be recognized today and to serve in this role as your Poet Laureate. It is a particularly pivotal time for our city and the world, and it makes the role feel even more important. The moment will arrive like any other, silent and ordinary as your morning coffee overlooking the city. The moment will not announce itself loudly or call you into a whisper to say, "Here now. This is the one. This is the choice you make that will change everything. This one will shape and shake the city, the world, will bring glory or shame, terror or comfort." The moment will not ask you to do the right thing. It will not tell you when you have done it. There will be no confetti or fireworks. It will slip quietly by down the hallways of history to lay in waiting. The moment is not the clenched fist punching through a car window, grasping for hijab or skin. It is not the word loaded with hatred thrown like a grenade. It is not the person wielding a knife in a parking lot, on a road, on transit, on our walkways, between the puppies and the children on their bicycles. It is not even the procession roaring into our city on chariots of privilege, the land trembling beneath them, generations of memory rising from the soil. The moment is not one, but a collection of many, each clicking into place to form the picture of us. It will not sparkle no matter how hard we will it. The moment is made in every place there was silence when the truth was needed, where a twisted joke lingered too long, pungent in the air. It is in the choice to make room or make small, the discomfort of standing in the gap between privilege and equity, between comfortable and brave. It is what scurries to the surface when we let the light in. It is built by the inaction of good people. It sounds like niceness when courage is required. The moment will not wait for my children to grow, to learn to walk. 2 hearts outside my body, it barrels toward them anyway, loaded with what you and I make here in this city, where we have loved and been loved, where we have bloomed in neighborhoods that knew us by name, on streets where our laughter once swelled the air. We are writing history here in real time, in the ordinary, in the everyday, the incremental choices we make when no one is looking. What rises to meet the darkness with equal and opposite force, what pushes back against what creeps, corrodes, and consumes, is our radical and urgent truth-telling, our courage to lance the boil and look at the wound long enough to heal it. This is how we meet the moment, with the fierceness required to guard our light. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much, Teti Lopez, for those amazing words. And I really hope that all of us will arise to that moment that you're talking about. And once things open up, when people are able to come to this city hall, into this chamber, we would hope that you would come back and join us in person to inspire us and think more about the role that we all collectively can play. So thank you so much for
Thank you.
your,
It would be my
your
honor.
words.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
absolutely. Okay. All right. Unfortunately, we got to get into into the business of things now, right? So thank you so much for joining us. Okay. Any other protocol items? See none. Items select for debate. Councillor Cartmel.
Thank you. I'll take 6.14.
Yes. 6.1.
6.14, 614,
Yeah, got it. Thank you.
9.1, and 9.2.
9192. Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll select 6.1, 6.6, 6.7, and 6.13, please.
6. So 6.1, 6.6, 6.7, 6.13, right?
Yep, thank you.
Okay. Councillor Rutherford.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll select 6.5 and 7.1, please.
6.5 and 7.1. All right. And Councillor Hamilton.
6-2, please.
6.2. All right. And Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I would like to select 6.10, not for the main motion, but rather for a subsequent. So just to be very clear, I'm not selecting to debate the recommendation, just to make a subsequent afterwards. Unless anyone else wants it for actual debate, I don't want it for debate, just for subsequent. Thank you.
Okay, so 6.10 for subsequent motion. Okay. All right. And Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to select 6.7, but not for debate, is for subsequent motion as well. And also 6.9, 6.13, and 6.15, and for questions to administration. 6.15.
Okay, so 6.7 is already been selected, so that's good.
Yeah.
And
6.9.
6.9, is that voting purpose only, Councillor Rice, on the anti-racism strategy?
For the question.
For questions?
For questions to administration.
Okay. And then 6.15, right?
6.13.
6.13, got it, yep.
And 6.15.
Thank you. So that is it for people on the list. I would like to exempt 6.3 and 6.4 needs to be exempted as well, Madam Clerk. That's the Integrity Commissioner's report.
It doesn't have to be, but it would be helpful if
Yes.
it was. It was laid over from the last meeting.
Yes, I will then exempt 6.4. And 6.8 is, if not exempted, will be approval, right? Yeah, okay. And got it, good. All right.
Mr. Mayor, before you call the vote, can I just read out what I heard to make sure that I heard what was said?
Yes, please,
So,
please.
Councillor Stevenson selected 6-1, Councillor Hamilton selected 6-2, Mayor Sohi selected 6-3 and 6-4, Councillor Rutherford selected 6-5, Councillor Stevenson selected 6-6 and 6-7. Councillor Rice selected 6-9, Councillor Knack selected 6-10, Councillor Stevenson selected 6-13, Councillor Cartmel 6-14, Councillor Rice 6-15, Councillor Rutherford also selected 7-1, and Councillor Cartmel selected 9-1 and 9-2. Is that correct, Mr. Mayor?
Yep, that's what I have. So those are the items selected for debate. Now we can vote on the report not selected for debate.
I'll move all remaining items.
Councillor Knack, remove all the remaining items, seconded by
Second.
Councillor Rutherford. Please vote. Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. We have all the vote.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. And can you read us back what we have accomplished,
Sure,
please,
thank you,
Madam
Mr.
Clerk?
Mayor. So council's approved the revised due date of March 23rd, which is Executive Committee for item 5.1, the bus network redesign options for expansion. Council also approved 6.8, council agenda management, and 6.11, ETS fleet storage and maintenance facility project. 6.12, which is 2022 council calendar changes, as well as 6.16, tax recommendations for cancellation write-off, cancellation of uncollectible taxes and penalties.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Request to speak, none. Request for specific times on agenda, that has been already approved as part of the agenda changes, Madam Clerk?
No, it,
Or
actually,
we
let me
need to
just check
refer to
here.
that, okay? all
Sorry, the
right.
time specific for 6.4 has been approved, but there's also a request to make
9.2.
9.2.
Okay,
Time
can-
specific at 11.
Can someone move that 9.2 be, which is the collective bargaining verbal update, be 11 a.m. Tuesday, February 22nd, 2022?
So moved.
Councillor Hamilton, seconded by
Second,
Councillor Rice. Please vote. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Display the votes, please.
We're just waiting for council. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mr. Mayor, points of order. One question regarding 6.7. So do we need to vote on that one? Is already, is it time specific for February 24?
It is already approved as part of the agenda approval, so the,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Okay. That is dealt with. Vote on bylaws not selected for debate. Councillor Cardinal.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I will move first reading only of bylaw 19976, bylaw 19977, and bylaw 19999. Need a second.
Second.
Second by Councillor Knack. Please vote. Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I will move second reading of bylaw 19948.
Second by Councillor Knack. I understand.
Yes, second.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Please vote. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move third and final reading of bylaw 19948.
Second.
Councillor Knack seconded it. Please vote for the third reading. Yes.
Just waiting for one more, Mr. Mayor. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Thank you, Councillor Cartmel and Councillor Knack. We're done with bylaws. Councillor inquiries. We don't have any notice for councillor inquiries, Madam Clerk.
We have one from yourself, but you don't need to make it.
No.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Okay. We are, the reports to be dealt with at a different time, none. Request to reschedule reports, none. All right, we are going into our first item, which is 6.1.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and Council. This is the annual CRL update. We've got a presentation if you would like it.
I think I read the report. For me, it was pretty clear. I don't know if other council members need a presentation from administration.
Yes, it would be helpful.
Will be helpful? Okay, Councillor, go ahead. Please do make a presentation.
So today's report is the annual update of the CRLs that gives an overview of the financial performance of the 3 community revitalization areas in the city of Edmonton. Community revitalization levies, which will be referred to as CRLs throughout the presentation, are a provincially legislated tool designed for areas that are not developing to their potential. And the idea is that the city makes an upfront investment in infrastructure to attract private development. Then for up to 20 years, the incremental increase in property taxes is dedicated to repaying the initial investment. This includes both the municipal and provincial components of the property tax. Administration continually monitors and updates the revenue potential for all of our CRLs, which fluctuates obviously based on development activity and market conditions. Our current financial health has been impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. The Belvedere CRL projection has improved slightly from the previous forecast. The downtown CRL revenue projection is stable when compared to last year, with a small increase attributable to the inclusion of the Station Lands development. The quarter CRL revenue projection has deteriorated over the last year. Administration continues to take a conservative approach and will continue to update council as necessary, and will propose additional projects only if there's sufficient revenue to repay the borrowing. Tom Beck, who's with the Economic Investment Services branch, will now give a more detailed overview of the financial health of each of the CRLs. Tom, over to you.
Thank you, Stephanie. We can move on to the next slide. Our presentation today gives a brief overview of the Capital City Downtown CRL, the quarter CRL, and finally the Belvedere CRL. Revenue scenarios for the 3 CRLs have been updated to reflect Edmonton's current economic situation. Administration will continue to adjust long-term assumptions for market value growth based on new market information on an annual basis. You can move ahead to the next slide. The CRLs are an important tool in implementing the vision of the city plan. The program is designed to promote private development and create vibrant, accessible, and sustainable communities. CRLs are used to make strategic infrastructure investments to attract development to the core areas of the city, namely the Centre City Node and the Fort Road corridor. Edmonton CRLs invest in creating new public spaces, improving urban design, and encouraging walking, biking, and transit use. They lay the groundwork for communities to welcome thousands of new residents by creating new parks, like Nistenau Park in the quarters. They provide amenities and public spaces that help the innovation corridor attract the jobs of the future, like streetscaping on Jasper Avenue and contributing to the construction of Rogers Place. The CRLs are a major investment in Edmonton's future, and as such, administration brings a report to council each year to give an update on their financial health. We can move ahead to the next slide. We'll first give a brief overview of the Capital City Downtown CRL, and we'll follow that with the quarter CRL and then the Belvedere CRL. You can go to the next slide. The Capital City Downtown CRL plan was amended to include the 103A Avenue Pedway as a catalyst project and tweaks to the descriptions of several other projects. Council approved the bylaw and amended CRL plan on August 31st of last year. We can update that the province has now approved the bylaw and amended plan as of January 26th, 2022. Administration will be advancing the borrowing bylaw for the Pedway in March or April of this year. We can move to the next slide. The Downtown CRL has a limited list of catalyst projects which can be funded by the CRL. Projects that are fully completed include Rogers Place and its associated infrastructure and Alec Dakota Park. Stormwater drainage servicing is partially complete. A major stormwater trunk has been funded by the CRL, but major drainage upgrades are now EPCOR's purview. A large number of projects are currently in progress. These include the Warehouse Park, Jasper Avenue New Vision, Green and Walkable Downtown, renovation of Centennial Plaza, a pedestrian bridge over McDougall Hill, and the 103A Avenue Pedway. 2 projects which have not been initiated are the Downtown Incentive Program and the Edmonton Downtown Academic and Cultural Center, or the Galleria, which has been suspended by its board of directors. Projects not on this list are ineligible for CRL funding under the CRL bylaw. Going forward into the next budget cycle, administration is reviewing and prioritizing the remaining projects with a view to continuing to attract private sector development. You can move to the next slide. So I'll now speak about the current revenue projection for the Downtown CRL. The pace and volume of development we are witnessing has exceeded what was projected in the CRL plan back in 2013. We've seen more than 3,000 new residential units, close to 2 million square feet of office space, and about $4.5 billion of development since 2015. Put another way, our downtown makes up only 1/3 of 1% of Edmonton's total land area, but since 2015, 12% of every construction dollar invested in the city of Edmonton has been spent downtown. This has been positive for our 20-year revenue expectations, as has the relatively strong performance of top-class office properties. However, in retrospect, the CRL was triggered at what has turned out to be a high watermark in the valuation of older office properties. Assessed values of these buildings have steadily decreased since the CRL began, offsetting some of the gains from new development. COVID-19 has also had a negative impact on assessed values. Hotels have been most affected, but the effect has been across all property classes. Administration has adjusted its forecast to reflect current conditions and a new outlook for the coming years. Despite this, the downtown CRL revenue projection is stable when compared to last year, with a small increase attributable to the inclusion of the Station Lands development. We can move to the next slide. Our current projection is that over the 20-year CRL period, the Capital City Downtown CRL will generate between $704 million and $882 million. The medium scenario, which we use for budgeting purposes, projects $764 million. Administration continues to use conservative assumptions around new development and market value change. The risk of further declines in property values, particularly in the office and retail market, are already reflected here. Administration has also developed what we call a stress test scenario. It includes sharper decreases in property values and assumes that no further development will take place through 2034, other than what is already under construction. We do not believe that this is a realistic scenario. Over a 20-year period, the high scenario would generate sufficient revenue to cover all committed costs, that's approved capital profiles, office costs, and other costs, plus an additional $166 million for unfunded projects. The medium scenario would generate sufficient revenue to cover all committed costs, plus fund $48 million in unfunded projects. The low and stress test scenarios would not generate sufficient revenues to cover all committed costs. Administration continuously monitors the performance of the CRLs, and future recommendations for spending on catalyst projects will balance city building objectives and financial capacity. On to the next slide, please. And the Quarters CRL. The Quarters CRL area has seen significant development since its initiation in 2012. In all, there's been about 1.5 million square feet of new construction in the CRL area. New developments like the Hat at 95th Street and Jasper Avenue, or the Stadium Yards project at 84th Street, all contribute to the Quarters CRL. However, like in the downtown, COVID-19 and overall economic conditions have negatively affected assessed values, leading administration to revise its projections downward. The next slide, please. Since the Quarters CRL's inception, administration has taken a conservative approach by only forecasting the low scenario. Administration now expects the Quarters CRL to generate $132 million over its 20-year lifespan, a decrease of $24 million from a year ago. As with downtown, administration continues to monitor performance and will only advance projects if there is sufficient financial capacity. The next slide. The third and final CRL in the City of Edmonton is at Belvedere, which includes the Station Point project. The Belvedere CRL is different from the other two in that the revenue projections have always included both tax revenue uplift and revenue from the sale of city-owned lands. As administration has previously reported, development in the Belvedere CRL continues to be slower than expected. Rezoning the Station Point lands to the RA7 and RA8 zones in September of 2020 has generated more development interest in the parcels, but no sales thus far. Next slide, please. Since inception of the Belvedere CRL, administration has taken a conservative approach by only forecasting the low scenario. Despite slow development progress and the impact of COVID-19 on assessed values, administration has increased our expectations for Belvedere's revenue. We now expect that land sales and CRL revenue will total $46.4 million by 2032. And we can hand it back to Stephanie for closing comments. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our presentation, Council. Thanks for your time today.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Really appreciate it. And we'll go to council members for questions. I know Councillor Stevenson exempted this. I do have some questions too, but I'll wait for council members to ask those questions first. And Councillor Rutherford, go ahead.
Yeah, my question was specific to the Belvedere revitalization levy, in that or when we say the sale of lands, are these city-owned lands that have then been sold?
They are, and perhaps somebody from Enterprise Land Development could speak to that. Stacey, is there somebody on the line from your team?
I see Chris just come online.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Kip. There are city-owned lands as part of the Station Point development. They aren't technically part of the Enterprise Land portfolio, but they are. I think it's 6 parcels of land that are adjacent to the Belvedere Transit Center. They've been developed for quite some time. We have one building that is currently occupied, and I believe we have a number of other parcels that are still yet to be sold.
So I really do understand the purpose of the revitalization levy, but it seems like it's a bit, and maybe I just don't understand, so this question is for you, Ms. Padbury. It seems a bit conflating to count our sales of municipal land with the revenue generated from what should be private sector investment. Am I misunderstanding something, or can somebody please clarify why we're adding the cost of our public sector land sales in the overall total justification for that levy and the benefits of that levy?
So I'll start, and then Mr. Hutchin can correct me if I don't quite get this right. The sales of the land to private third parties would be what catalyzes, and the development on those lands would be what catalyzes the lift. If we don't sell those lands, they don't get developed and we don't get the lift.
Okay, but the Belvedere one at this point is not expected to pay for itself within the life cycle, so it will be extended. So was the lift effective, I guess, is my question.
It's not.
So
Go ahead, Stacy.
I would just say, like, it doesn't get extended. It can only go for 20 years. After that point in time, it's done. What it does mean is that any lift achieved can't go to the general tax levy until you've paid off the debt associated with the projects there. So that's to your comment on extending it. And then, sorry, I forgot your second question.
My question was, again, it seems like we did not get from specifically the Belvedere one, the expected lift that we had anticipated with the sale of those lands. Is that correct?
Yes, I think that's fair, but in part because those lands have not yet been, we haven't been able to sell those lands, so we haven't been able to get the lift from any development that was factored in to the fact that we believed we would be able to sell those lands and that those lands would be developed.
Okay, that's all my questions for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Now I see Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Stevenson, go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry, I was just having trouble logging in there. Yeah, thanks very much for the report. I just had a couple, well, I'm going to put a motion on the floor, but I'll ask a few clarifying questions first. So I just want to be clear in my mind. So all the projects that are listed in attachment 1, even though some of those have only sort of been approved up to checkpoint 2 or 3, when we talk about the committed funds of the CRL, that includes the full build out of all of those projects. Is that correct?
I believe that's correct. Mr. Beck, Tom?
That is correct. For the downtown CRL, Council approved a composite profile that has funding for a number of CRL projects. And at checkpoint 3, what we've done is transfer funding from that composite profile to a new standalone profile for each project. So when we talk about committed funds, it includes the whole envelope in that composite that has been approved.
The whole envelope. Okay, wonderful. So when we're talking about sort of that medium scenario, when there's $48 million left, that's we've built out Warehouse Park. All of those streetscape improvements are all included in that.
Yes, everything that's currently funded, all the funding that's been approved, all of that gets built.
Okay, and sorry, I don't mean to split hairs. Just in attachment 1, it talks about certain funding has not been approved yet. The council will have to approve getting Warehouse Park to checkpoint 5.
Right. So specifically for Warehouse Park, at checkpoint 3, we do come to council to create a standalone profile for that project when it reaches the checkpoint 3. The intention is that funding will be drawn from the composite, so it wouldn't be additional funding being requested at that point.
Great. And that composite is what we call the committed funding.
Correct.
Okay, perfect. Thanks. That's a really helpful clarification. So yes, I would like, actually, Madam Clerk, can I just ask for advice if my proposed motion would be a subsequent, or should I table that now?
So this report is actually before council for information. So if you want to put your motion forward at any point in time, I'll defer to the chair, but you don't need to do this as a subsequent.
Okay, perfect. Well, yeah, I'll introduce my motion now, and it's really just an opportunity for us to relook at how we use our CRL to meet the needs of our downtown.
Sorry, Councillor Stevenson, apologies if I wasn't clear. If you could move the motion and have it seconded, then you'd be in a position to introduce it.
Great. So I will move that administration provide a report to committee on available options and processes required to shift the focus of the current downtown community revitalization levy in the next 10 years to not only provide a sustainable funding source for public infrastructure investments needed to attract private development to the revitalization area, but also to provide funding for other priorities such as, but not limited to, options to advance affordable housing and public washrooms. And that would be for Q4 at executive committee.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. We need a seconder.
Second, Jans.
Councillor Jans. Thank you, Councillor Jans, for seconding that. So the motion is on the floor along with the report. So I'll go to Councillor.
I just wanted, if I can speak to that a bit. So just an opportunity.
You can introduce it. Yes, sure. Go ahead.
Great, thank you. So I'm just bringing this forward as an opportunity to look at how we identify and prioritize new projects. So right now we are anticipating having $48 million potentially of funding that isn't currently allocated to any projects. So looking at that and then other revenue that we may have in surplus. And I apologize, could I just ask a question of administration as well? It mentions that we sort of won't be considering any additional projects until we're generating a positive balance. When do we anticipate that positive balance accumulating? Do we have a projection in terms of what year that would happen in?
Tom, do you have that year?
If you give me a moment, specifically for the downtown.
Yeah, it's related to downtown, yes.
Yes. I may need a second here to find that.
You might have to circle back to that, Councillor.
Yeah, please do. And so when you have that information, please share that with us. Okay.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. So, council members, you can ask questions on the entire report or on the motion. So please go ahead. Councillor Salvador.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks so much for the presentation and report. So I have a few questions. The first is just around the detailed budget projection for both the quarters and downtown. And so I noticed in the years 21 to 23, we're projecting an average of 4.3 per year in revenues. But then we see a pretty big jump from 24 to 31 for the quarters, averaging, I think it was around 11.25 million per year in revenues. So I'm just trying to understand, that's a fairly dramatic increase. The same thing can be said for Capital City downtown. I'm wondering, is that accounting for projects we already have on the books? Or if you could just speak to that increase, because it seems quite dramatic.
Am I able to speak to the cash flow?
Councillor Salvador, the increase for the latter years in the quarters is a result of planned projects. And one of them is a tower that is planned for lands between 97th and 96th Street on Jasper Avenue. It's called the Aldred Tower, which would be a substantial lift for that CRL.
Okay, yeah, I appreciate that. I figured it was related to planned projects, and I guess there's varying degrees of certainty around how fast those move forward. Is that right?
That's correct, Councillor Salvador, and that's why we keep our eye on this, have an annual update, and also include CRL updates as part of the financial reporting. And if anything outside of those two regular mechanisms were to happen, we'd return to council.
Okay, sounds good. And then the second question I had is quite specific to the quarter CRL and the vacant lots that are operating there as parking lots. I was actually looking back at the quarter CRL area plan, and there was a really great map. I think it's from 2009 that shows kind of the vacant buildings and undeveloped lots, most of which were, and I think still are, a lot of surface parking lots. I'm wondering if you can speak a little bit about the progress that's been made, and really if we're using all the tools that we have in our toolbox to incent that development. Because my understanding is that, it seems like a lot of landholders are sitting on those properties, maybe speculating that it'll increase in value, kind of earning substantial revenues while operating vacant land as a parking lot that they might not necessarily have a permit for. So wondering if you could chat a bit about that.
The operations of parking lots within our downtown do generate revenue for many landholders. And so that is a challenge associated with downtown development and something that could also impact the CRL as well. But something that administration keeps our eye on, and be happy to have further or more in-depth conversations with council about that, probably at another time, not directly related to this report.
Sounds great. Yeah, I'll definitely look forward to those further conversations. I think that is it from me. Thanks so much for answering those.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Tang.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you all for the presentation. I have some questions for Min, but I also have some questions for the mover. I guess to start, can you speak to the idea that CRLs sometimes are seen as tools for gentrification? And can you speak to some of the work that you've done or plan to do in terms of working with the communities affected?
I would say as you see your downtown develop, there's always going to be many trade-offs, but I think that as our downtowns developed, we have seen a more inclusive, sustainable, vibrant downtown, and we will continue to work towards that. We've got work underway in terms of our downtown vibrancy plan. This council is very committed to affordable housing in our city overall, in our entire city overall. And so CRLs are just one tool in the toolbox in order to create an inclusive, vibrant space in our downtown. So I would say that, as we advance, we follow our public engagement processes for each of the projects, as well as for development within our downtown. There is a public engagement component for that as well, for private sector development.
Great, thank you. And I think this came up during the station lands discussion, but can you just remind me, affordable housing and public washrooms can be considered as CAL's project? Yes?
It's a bit more nuanced than just yes or no. The intent of the downtown CRL really is to incent private sector development. So for affordable housing, it cannot be used for building affordable housing units, but it can be used for infrastructure to support affordable housing units. It also can't be used for operations of affordable housing. And I would also say that we just need to be thoughtful or consider, maybe not thoughtful, consider is the right word, the goals of 16% of affordable housing in every single neighborhood in our city, that it's not just focused on the downtown as well.
Great, and just to be clear, that 16% is not a formal policy. It is a constitutional goal.
I believe it is. Somebody from Community Services can speak to the policy number, perhaps. We can circle back on that one as well.
Yeah, absolutely. That would be great. On the quarters one, can you expand on this shifting expectations? How did our expectations shift so significantly?
Marianne or Tom, are you able to speak to that?
We've shifted our expectations, I think, for the speed with which the quarters would be redeveloped. Obviously, we are past the halfway point at this time, and the speed with which private development has occurred in the quarters has not kept pace with what we had originally expected. A couple of reasons for that are we've gone through basically 2 recessions and 1 pandemic since we started that CRL in 2012.
Thank you. Yeah, taking a huge hit. And then I guess a couple questions for the team, kind of in relation to this particular motion. That timeline obviously works because you've had a heads up about this by Q4. Ms. McCabe.
I'm sorry, Councillor Tang. Yes, we can meet that timeline. I did have a heads up before. And the 16% it's a target that's referred to in the policy, and it was passed by a motion of council.
Okay.
So you're correct. It wasn't directly in the policy. It's referred to into a policy and as a motion passed by council. So
Okay. Awesome. Great. To the mover, just in regards to your timeline, is the idea to, at that point by November, to kind of allocate any funding for projects during our 4-year budget deliberation, and for these considerations to be worked into, anything we're going to have in terms of priority-based decision-making?
Yeah, thank you for the question. This timeline was honestly just provided to me by administration. I believe that, and I stand to be corrected if anyone can jump in, but I believe the CRL spending decisions fall outside of the 4-year capital budget, or would we have to approve them? Yeah, that's my understanding anyway.
Okay. Go ahead, Ms. McKee.
Councillor Tang, with the timing on this motion, we will not be informing the 4-year capital budget cycle with any work done here, but we will advance projects through any adjustment as a result of that, if that was the desire of council.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Cartwell.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So I just want to circle back, first of all, on the, I guess, the goals of the CRL, and that was to generate private sector investment downtown and to ultimately realize the increased property tax revenue from that private investment. Is that a fair assessment? I think
That's
I'm
a fair
repeating
assessment. Councillor Cartmel for the downtown CRL.
for the downtown CRL, yes, for the downtown CRL. And if we direct CRL funds towards affordable housing, well, I guess we also can direct CRL dollars to infrastructure projects that help improve the realm and help further attract private sector investment. Is that kind of the thinking around non-private sector investment that we would put money into? Am I getting that right?
I'm not sure if that was to admin or to the mover.
No, to you, admin. I just want to confirm what essentially what our why we're doing this.
I think that would be better directed to the mover, Councillor Cartmel.
Yeah, happy to jump in. So I think absolutely the intent is to secure private sector investment. What I'm hearing is that one of the greatest barriers to private sector investment right now in the downtown is the housing and mental health crisis that we see playing out on our streets. So this is just ensuring that we have that social infrastructure, if you will, to support that downtown investment. And I think also to ensure that we are truly building an inclusive downtown. To the best of my knowledge, there's very limited affordable housing in the current CRL area. So I think this is a good opportunity on both fronts, both that private investment attraction and creating more inclusive and equitable downtown.
So let me ask it another way then, and this is to admin. Affordable housing projects, well, I guess they too pay property tax, depending whether or not we exempt property tax for those facilities, correct?
You're correct in terms of whether or not you exempt that. So, Stacy?
That's correct. Right now, affordable housing is not exempt. Certain affordable housing providers could be exempt if they meet another exemption requirement under COPTR. But if they don't, they're not exempt. And of course, you're looking later today at whether you make them exempt or not.
So if we speak to our goals here, our goal is that affordable housing and supportive housing facilities would not pay property tax by one mechanism or another, which means that if we use CRL funds for subsidized housing projects, they're not going to return a property tax revenue to help pay back the CRL if all of our goals are met, one way or the other.
Yes, I would say, like, just to Ms. McCabe's earlier comments, there are ways that you could potentially incent affordable housing development in the downtown, but to do it as a project within the CRL and then exempt it will not return lift and won't give you the revenue to pay for it.
But if we continue to promote private sector investment and we do get development, which then gives us property tax revenue, which also then pays back the CRL, but allows us an ongoing revenue stream, as you know, or at least adds to and augments our existing revenue stream, to then in turn support these developments. That flows, right? That logic path flows.
Yes, that's correct.
I guess to the mover, is it your intent that we would not proceed with projects on the approved list and instead substitute different projects in on the approved list?
No, that's not my intent at all. It's really just addressing what the next round of catalyst projects would be. So again, as it's currently projected, there'll be $48 million unallocated. There are some existing projects in the CRL bylaw, but I think that they could benefit from a relook. You know, it's almost a decade since those were first set. So it's not meaning to relitigate what's already been approved, but just coming up with a refreshed strategy for how we move forward. And I think just in terms of the tax uplift, again, we don't necessarily see direct tax lift from streetscape improvements, for example. Those are on public property. We don't receive any tax. We don't have any taxable income from streetscape improvements. It's the general improvement of the area that I think supports an overall uplift and increased investment in our downtown.
Yes, but streets don't ever have the opportunity to become privately owned, whereas building lots do. That's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. I would like to echo questions from Councillor Cartmel, and then let me ask from different angle. I had the same question, but he asked. I'm pretty happy for the answer. So my angle is like by looking at all this project and start of 2012, that's the first, and to 2022 right now is already 10 years past. And then understanding and then the funding resources specific from state approval by City Council and also the government of Alberta provide this sustainable funding resources to support. But the situation right now, looking at the report, our revenue actually is always under deficit. And so if that is the case, and then if that is the case, do we have any mitigation strategy and to prove the investment we provided for this funding source and can bring the maximum the revenue back to the city? And then past 10 years passed, and then if we're not to look at this risk there and continue doing what we're doing, and then even look at how we get more revenue come back. And is there any strategy and from administration? And I cannot find this information in the report.
Yeah, Councillor Rice, for sure, we are absolutely monitoring the health of our CRLs. And one thing in the amended downtown CRL is that it allows for a program to be able to catalyze further private sector investment in our downtown. And perhaps Tom or Marianne could speak to that in a bit more detail because I think it would be helpful.
So if that's the case, I think focus on the private developments will bring maximum revenue back to the city, and that supports the health financial situation. Thank you. And so that is the first question. The second question, so what I heard over and over is about in the past 10 years, and our Edmontonians experienced the challenge and due to the construction and in the downtown development. And is there any way, and based on this annual report, and we can address that concerns and from so many Edmontonians, and then due to this construction and then development, yes, development and attract more investment, specific private investment under this funding source scope. But how we address the concerns from our Edmontonians and in terms of construction created some challenge or some issues. And I believe many councillors heard as well.
So Councillor Rice, are you speaking specifically about the City of Edmonton construction projects?
I speak specifically for the downtown development construction project. Yes. And it's under the CR.
So the projects that were identified previously under the CRL and the projects that have been executed, I've answered this previously, that we do our best to coordinate. Unfortunately, there are some times where overlapping projects and schedule implications associated with those cause some challenges, but we do take a holistic approach in terms of how we phase our capital projects funded through the CRL project. In terms of private developer projects, I think that's something that we actually have created the CRL for, is to incentivize private development projects. And so I would never be in a position, nor would we ever recommend that we pause those or restrict those. I think that's the purpose of the CRL. We do our best to coordinate with private development projects, but when you're trying to incent development, you do need to undertake the construction to accommodate that. So you want change, construction needs to happen.
Because I would like to go back to the goals of this CLL. If we want to focus on the goals and then original setup and for the sale plans, and then how we look at the way and to positively impact for the next 10 years is not create more revenue deficit. And then I think, is there any strategy and or right reflect in the report? I couldn't find that as well.
So Councillor Rice, one of the things that we are looking at is how we can further catalyze private sector investment in our downtown. And there is a program that we're looking at right now with the amended CRL. And Tom or Marianne could speak to the details of that. Tom, are you?
Sure. In brief, there is in the amended CRL plan, it's called the Downtown Incentive Program. It is a more flexible program to provide essentially grants for incentivizing private development. It is just freshly approved by the province, so we would be having to look at options for how that could be implemented, but that is a tool that is newly in our toolbox.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Wright?
Hi, thank you. I just wondering, I take Councillor Cartmell's point about that revenue can only be generated from the private development, but I'm just wondering, maybe to the mover, first of all, is when you speak of advancing affordable housing, are you looking at more so the social housing through the nonprofit organizations, or is that affordable housing for the 20 or 30-year-old that's looking to towards home ownership and maybe can't find options within the downtown area for less than $500,000? Is that something to be considered in this motion?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think as much as I've named affordable housing and public washrooms in this motion, it's certainly open to a wide range. I do see the need for sort of the non-market affordable housing, but I think there's absolutely space to talk about market affordable for sort of those first-time home buyers, as you reference. So this is really meant to be both and conversation to see what options might be possible with our remaining 10 years of the CRL.
Okay, great. Well, that's good. I'm glad that that's sort of being considered. And then I guess to administration, is there any way that we can incite this private development to include more options that are more affordable for Edmontonians?
I'm not sure at this point. So we have to work with the current downtown CRL that we have. And if there is anything to look at affordable housing within it, we would have to redo the financial projections associated with the downtown CRL and potentially also get an amendment with the province. So I would not have the details to that answer, Councillor Wright, at this point.
Could that be something that's included with the report that's that Councillor Stevenson is putting forward?
Potentially it could be, yes. I think if we were to do something, we'd have to look at what could target both private sector partnerships for mixed income housing, perhaps. But I do think it would impact the financial projections for the CRL.
Okay, so could I do a friendly amendment to the motion to not only include advanced affordable housing, but what you referenced was mixed options?
Sure, something like mixed market
Yeah.
and affordable housing. That's very friendly to me if we added that in. So such as, but not limited to, options to advance mixed market, affordable housing and public washrooms.
Yeah, so it's not at this time because motion is on the floor. Motion is belongs to the entire council. And it's not just up to the mover to consider it friendly. It has to be the approval of the entire council to see if it's friendly. So I need nods. I can't see people, right? But I would need to get a sense whether it's friendly or not. So, which I don't. No, I don't think it is friendly. Sorry about that. Okay. And Councillor Wright, go ahead. You have still 1 minute, 20 seconds.
Okay, so then, so do I have to wait then, I guess point of order, do I have to wait to request an amendment to the motion, or can I put forward an amendment right now?
Procedurally, you can put an amendment to an amendment, right? You absolutely have the right to do so, and we only have 15 minutes before we go into our 11 o'clock time-specific item as well, right? So we'd have to come back to this if we don't conclude by then.
If I could jump in, Councillor Wright, I mean, the language is such as but not limited to. So I do feel that the wording of the motion is advanced right now.
Sorry, Councillor Stevenson, we need to respect the procedures, right? So she has the floor and she has the ask questions to administration.
Okay, so since it does say but not limited to, and I've put forward my intentions to administration, so hopefully they will take that into account when providing the report.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Wright, for that.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Councillor Jans.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I apologize. The fire alarm testing in my building, so I may have to mute off if if it gets a little beepy. Yeah. So first of all, I guess to the movers. So if I'll try and paraphrase here, and then you tell me if I've got this right. You looked at the CRO report. You looked at this and said, you know, we have a number of initiatives underway to invest in downtown, but what's missing is some of the other pieces that support the true like community revitalization, not just economic revitalization. And if we don't do these things, our alternative is we'll have to pay for them out of general taxation. Is that sort of the impetus behind this motion?
I mean, I arrived at it through maybe a different thought process, but for me, it was, you know, the CRL was designed to create investment in the downtown. Again, a barrier to investment in the downtown right now is what we see in terms of the housing crisis. This is an option to explore, and then that leads to these other benefits, which I think is creating, as you say, more of that community-based revitalization that I think is really essential for our downtown to be resilient and successful in future years.
I guess if this motion was not to be successful, though, the alternative is we'd have to fund these sorts of supports out of general taxation. Am I correct there?
Absolutely, you're quite right that I felt that this was an opportunity for us to advance some of our objectives without having to draw on general tax revenue.
And so and again, just to be clear, like in the past when we've funded either parks or the Qualico Gardens and Pedway, those are also not necessarily straight economic projects, narrowly defined. So the thinking here is that this could proceed to support other initiatives. That's the thinking. Okay.
Absolutely. I would still say that this is catalytic and the intent is that it increases investment in the downtown. It's just a bit of a different approach to that.
And it doesn't contemplate redrawing the boundaries, just looking at the narrow area.
Correct.
Okay.
And for clarity as well to some of your questions, we do have other items listed in the plan right now that haven't been prioritized. We know that we can't move forward with all of the originally planned projects. So this again is just an opportunity to revisit, reassess, and reprioritize.
Right, and the dollar amount contemplated would come back at a later time, I imagine, too?
Absolutely. And I think what I heard from administration is that moving forward, anything that's sort of added to the docket in terms of project delivery will be on a surplus revenue basis rather than projecting into the future. So it's just looking at what we do with the cash that we accumulate and how we prioritize spending that.
That helps. One final sort of question. The options to advance affordable housing. Now, we're not just talking the strictest of definition there, like that, and this kind of gets to Councillor Wright's point. This could also include, say, home ed, for instance, right, or other non-market or below market or initiatives that help, say, housing affordability, or is it you want to see strict permanent supportive housing?
The wording is intended to be inclusive of all of those options. I would like to explore some of the permanent supportive housing options, but not preclude discussion of other forms of affordability.
Okay, then I'm happy to debate and support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Salvador, can you take the chair, please?
Yes, I have the chair.
Yeah. So to administration on the quarters CRL, have we explored potential of more student housing in that area now that we will have the LRT connecting that part to pretty much all the post-secondary institutions, from McCune to University to NATE and Norquest? Have we seriously explored that option for student housing and quarters to stimulate growth?
Mr. Mayor, we have had some interest over the course of the CRL by some private developers in doing and building student housing, but as of this point in time, we do not have any developments that I'm aware of for student housing. We certainly believe that due to the location and with the Valley Line LRT opening up, that it's a prime location for that type of housing.
Okay. I would definitely like to pursue that. I don't need a motion for that. I think we'll need some more in-depth conversations to understand that better. But I think there has to be a more exploration of the potential for student housing in that area. And also, what is the involvement of the Chinese community in the organization from the Chinese communities in the quarters development area?
The Chinese community continues to be heavily invested in the area, as you know, and they're pursuing a development currently that I can't really share any information regarding, but they want to continue to have a footprint and expand their footprint in the quarters.
Okay, good. That's another area that we need to ramp up our efforts on, because we're hearing from community not having as much robust, but I understand involvement. On the downtown CRL, it's been doing really well. I think this is a success story of public-private partnership to spur growth in the underdeveloped areas, and in this case downtown. On the affordable housing, Ms. McCabe, if I understand correctly again, you can build public infrastructure through CRL to spur private sector growth in affordable housing.
That's correct, Mr. Mayor. For anything else to fund an affordable housing project itself, we would need to get the bylaw amended.
Right. And we cannot use the CRL for operations of affordable housing, right?
No, we cannot.
Okay. And what is the projected surplus revenue if that $48 million were to materialize? Are we talking about 5 years from now? Are we talking 10 years from now, when that money will become available if we were to really include public realm infrastructure to spur affordable housing? What timelines are we talking? Because I want to support the intent of the motion, absolutely. I just want to make sure that we are not creating a false hope that we will start creating affordable housing 2 years from now with the revenue available.
Your worship, I think it wouldn't be within 2 years. It's definitely something that wouldn't happen really quickly.
So it would not be immediate, it's something maybe into the future, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And is there a way for, I know this may require a lot of resources, we heard last time, right? Is there a way for administration to provide maybe a high-level report on this before doing a lot of work and analysis, keeping in mind how many resources we are stretched to use, right, over the as we get ready for the budget and all that? I want to get more information on this, absolutely, right, and really understand whether it's doable, when it's doable, and all that without maybe investing too much resources. Is there a way to provide maybe an interim high-level report by November 30th? If there's a potential, then we can explore further.
Mr. Mayor, if that was the will of council, I think we could definitely work with that because there's a lot of really important details associated with using the CRL, what it can be used for, what it can't be used for.
Yeah, would
And
that
what the
require,
impact is on the financial, a high-level overview of what the impact on the financial projections could be as a result
yeah,
of any potential changes.
because I would definitely want information, but not spending too many resources to understanding if it's not doable, then why waste those resources? So would that require an amendment, or would that be, I mean, it can't be, I can't ask the mover if it's friendly, but is that your intent, Councillor Stevenson, to get a high-level report?
Yeah, I mean, it's just to get available options and processes. It's not actually instructing that work.
Okay, good. Is that understood, Ms. McCabe, if that we provide that high level?
Yes, it is. We will provide a high-level report to committee.
Okay, thank you. And I'll take the chair back. And sorry, I'll move the second round.
Seconded by?
Second.
All right, let's vote on second round.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm sorry, was that you, Councillor Tang?
No, that was Councillor Stevenson, but Councillor Tang will also vote yes.
Thank you, sorry, I missed that. Thank you. We have all the votes, Madam Chair.
Please display the vote. That is carried, and I'll return the chair, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you so much, Councillor Salvador. And I'll go to, I think was Councillor Wright was first. I can see the list, but I think she was the first one up. Good, Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I would like to do an amendment to the motion on the floor to include the mixed market affordable housing as well.
All right, so where would that be inserted, Madam Clerk?
So we've got the amendment, there we go, that the words mixed market be added in front of the word affordable.
Okay. We need a second for that.
Seconded, Jansen.
Councillor Jans seconded it. And now we focus on the amendment, right? Or the amendment to amendment, right?
Where did it go?
Or amendment to the motion, right?
Yep.
Okay. Any questions, council members, to add that language into the motion? Councillor Stevenson on that?
Yeah, just wondering if my preference would be it be mixed market and affordable to keep both of those options open. If that was your intent, that would just be my suggestion. Okay, so yeah, if the amendment reads mixed market and affordable, I would be very happy to support that amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Hamilton?
I don't have questions. I'm just not inclined to support this. I think it gets away from the intention of the CRL and the improvement to public realm that the CRL is meant to incentivize. And I think it's really problematic in that it can induce investment in private sector, in privately held, I should say, investment. And I think that's the opposite of the direction that we're trying to go with the CRL. So I have concerns about the motion at hand, but I could entertain some sort of further analysis on this, but I think that this gets too far away from the intention of the CRL and I won't be supporting it.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Tang?
Just very quickly to the amender, would you see this kind of also get at the questions around student housing that Mr. Mayor asked? That it would encompass that?
Yes, I think that would also be the intent of the mixed market, to include the
Okay.
students as well.
Okay, great.
I think we just need a broader look at where we can derive that revenue from.
Okay, yeah, no, thank you. That's all from me.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Paquette?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I won't be supporting the amendment, but not because I don't support the spirit of what's being asked, but simply because if what is described in the amendment in relation to the main motion is to build affordable housing, we have many, many, many other mechanisms with which to do it without messing with the CRL. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. So we have amendment to the motion on the floor. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. We're back to the amended motion now. Any questions on that? I don't have anyone else. Councillor Stevenson, you want to close, please? And we have 3 minutes.
Sure. Yes, thank you very much to all my council colleagues for the conversation this morning. Really appreciate the reminder of, the intent of the CRL, what we hope to accomplish with it. Again, this is intended to be a holistic look at all the different ways we can support investment in our downtown and ensure that we're building an inclusive city for all. I think this is a great time for it. We're about coming up on midway through the CRL. It was a great vision set out 10 years ago. I agree with the mayor that there have been many, many successes. And this is just a chance to make sure that, that the CRL finishes strong, that we make the most of this great opportunity that we have in our downtown. So I will leave it at that. Thank you again all for the conversation, and I hope you'll support this motion.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, we are getting messages from councillors. Just for clarity, when a motion's amended, it takes us a few minutes to update the main motion as amended, and there were other councillors who wanted to request to speak to this.
Oh, okay.
It just went a wee
So
bit
I
too fast, Mr.
went
Mayor.
too fast. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. Because I saw only Councillor, but I get it. Sorry.
It's just when everybody's remote, we just need to go nice and slow for the system.
Sorry about that. This is the disadvantage of not being present in the chamber hall, but we'll revisit that. So now we have amended motion on the floor. And
So I have received requests to speak from
so please,
councillors.
if council members could sign up, please, and we probably have to come back after 11 o'clock for that. Right, Madam Clerk, because we have 11 o'clock time specific.
Yeah, happy to accommodate the will of council, for sure.
Yeah. It depends on how many people are lined up to speak, but we will probably, council members, if you're speaking on this, please sign up. Just waiting, giving another, okay, 2, 4. Yeah, got it. So got Councillor Hamilton, Cartmel, Paquette, Councillor Rice. Okay, we'll come back to this after 11 o'clock. And that is in camera, right?
That's correct, Mr. Mayor.
So if somebody could please, we put this on hold? We need a motion to put this on hold, this item, or no? Or we just naturally go to 11 o'clock time specific?
We can postpone this item to come back. So are you coming back after 9:02 or are you coming back after 9:04? I don't know how, I'm not sure how long 9:02 is going to take.
Would take 9 to take, Madam City Manager. Presentation is about 20 minutes.
That's correct. Yeah.
So they'll probably take us to
Depends on questions and
Yeah.
comments, yeah.
Yeah, so we have to come back to this after the,
So if you want to have a motion to postpone this until either after 9:02 if it finishes before 12 o'clock, otherwise it will be your second item at 1:30.
okay, so can someone move that, please, that we either we deal with after we deal with 9.1, if we don't, then we deal with it, second item after 6.4.
So moved.
That is, sorry, Councillor Rice, and second by Councillor Wright.
Councillor Paquette? We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, can someone move that we go into private, please?
Point of order.
Sorry, Councillor Hamilton?
No, Aaron.
Oh, sorry,
Councillor
Councillor Rutherford? Yeah.
Yeah, I have a point of order.
Go ahead, Councillor Rutherford.
I have a pecuniary interest with respect to this matter, as my husband works for the city of Edmonton and is a member of CSU 52. Therefore, in accordance with sections S 169-170 of the MGA and following advice from the ethics advisor, I will abstain from the discussion and any possible votes on this matter, and now will leave the chambers.
Thank you so much, Councillor. That's on item 9.1. Thank you.
I'll move we go into private.
9.2, not 9.1.
Sorry.
Are we doing 9.1 or 9.2?
Sorry, no, it's not what I'm talking about, 9.2, the collective bargaining.
Okay, thank you. I will leave. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll move we go into private, subject to sections 24, advice from officials, and 25, disclosure harmful to economic and other interests of a public body of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Salvador. Please vote.
We have 12 votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
And just as we're moving into private, just a friendly reminder to the delegation for this item, we've actually set up a different Google invitation, which has already been circulated. We will also put it
for information, the verbal update under section 24, right?
So we're back online. Thank you, Mr.
Move
Mayor.
on online. And would somebody move that we receive the 9.2 for information?
So moved, Councillor Wright.
Councillor Wright moved it and seconded by Councillor
Tang.
Councillor
Second.
Tang, right? And it's under section 24, advice from officials, and section 25, disclosure of harmful to economic and other interests of a public body of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. Please vote.
Sorry, we didn't get to speak to it. Could you have opened commentary or I was trying to click on.
Okay, so there's a desire to speak to this item. Just hold on. So if you could sign up, please. And okay, so how do we, so whatever we speak to.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. Do we need to extend orders past noon?
We would have to, but I just need a clarification from Madam Clerk on when we speak to an item that is in private and under FOIP, right? We need to make sure that we are speaking only, that we don't in any inadvertent, what would that word be? Accidentally, inadvertently don't reveal the content of the discussion. So we are clear on that. I know Councillor Hamilton is clear, but for newbies like us, if you could please clarify that if people were to speak on this.
So technically, council hasn't moved to keep the discussion in private yet. So council passed a motion to go in camera. It has done so, and now the motion on the floor is to receive that information for information and to also keep it in private.
Right. So we are speaking on that. Councillor Hamilton will be speaking on that.
I believe so.
Yeah, that's
I
what
don't
her
know
desire is,
Yep.
right? So, okay. And we will, no, we would not be extending the order of the day to finish this because staff needs break. And we will be back after on this. There'll be after the 1:30 or after 6.4, right? Because that 6.4 is the second item. 6.4 is the first item at 1:30. Then 6.1 is the second item at 1:30.
That was assuming that this item was finished, so
Yeah.
it's really up to yourself how you'd like to do it. There is an item that's time-specific at 1:30, which is 6.4.
Yeah. Okay. We'll be back at 1:30 to talk, to discuss 6.4. Then we'll come back to this report. Then we'll come back to, then we'll finish this report. Then we'll come back to 6.1. Okay. All right. All right. We'll be back at, we're on recess till 1:30. Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting back to order and do a quick roll call. Councillor Wright,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Knack,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Principe,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Stevenson, Councillor Paquette,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Tang,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Hamilton,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rutherford,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Salvador,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Cartmel,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rice,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Jans,
Good afternoon.
and I'll check Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, I'm here. Sorry, Mr.
Good.
Mayor.
No worries. Thank you so much. Everyone is here. And our next item is time specific, which one is the Office of the Integrity Commissioner Annual Report. And this would be the first report being presented to this new council,
Yeah,
right?
that's correct. And if we could just have those people who are not part of the delegation for item 6.4, which is the Office of the Integrity Commissioner Annual Report, if you wouldn't mind leaving the Google Meet at this time so that we can have the councillors all on the screen. And if you could watch online, we'll be happy to go to the next item when this item is finished. Thanks so much.
So we have Ms. Patel and our integrity ethics advisor, Rath Gaber, both online?
Yes, they are.
Good.
They're both here, Mr.
All right, over to you, please, for a presentation.
Oh, good afternoon, Your Worship and councillors and administration. I'm here with my colleague, Brent Rathgaber, who's the ethics advisor, and I'm Jamie Pytel, the integrity commissioner. I'm pleased to be presenting my first report to this council, some of whom are familiar with me, some of whom have only met me in orientation so far. So this discussion this afternoon is about my annual report. And I would like it to be backward looking to some degree to tell you where we've come so far with the code of conduct, but to also be very forward looking with this new council and think about methods for taking the code forward and modernizing it, improving it, and how council might want to take it forward. So this is really me and myself and Brent saying this is where we've been so far, fielding your questions and your comments, but also really looking forward to where this council would like to take this code, and bearing in mind that this is your code, and I'm just the administrator of it at your will under a contract, and Brent is there to advise you. We're both trying to do this in a proactive way, but it is your code, and so any guidance we can get today or in the coming months would be much appreciated on how to bring the code forward. So maybe the next slide, please. In terms of the backward-looking discussion, so we're now entering into our fourth year working with the code, and as many of you may appreciate, codes are fairly new in Alberta, but not new across the country. And I've given a bit of a snapshot there on the screen of the investigation work that I've done in the last few years. My role is investigative, so if a code complaint is received, then I'm obliged to look at it. If it's within my jurisdiction, I'm obliged to investigate it. Now, I also do proactive work, which we'll get into later in terms of giving advice to council on what I would recommend with respect to the code. But this is what I've done on the investigation front. So I'm just going to do a quick review of that. Council would have received my full report on this, and these slides are just pulling some of the highlights out of that full report. And I'm happy to take questions on the report or any comments that I make today from the slides. Notably, we've got a fairly consistent trend in terms of complaints. The first year of the code, there were 16 complaints received, which is lower than now, but more and more of the general public are aware of the code. And then we move along to a few more. And then in the last reporting year, which is the year that I'm talking about, the third year, I had 38 complaints. Notably, 11 of those complaints occurred during the suspension period leading up to the municipal election. So the numbers may seem a bit high, and a lot of those were about the same type of topics, such as endorsements and people objecting to there actually being a suspension period. And just to remind council that in the 90 days leading up to the municipal election, I did not carry out any investigations. And then after the election, I could not investigate anybody who was not on council. So those are the numbers. And then we've got a fair bit of activity already this year. I would say that seeing activity with respect to the code is not a bad thing, in the sense that people are bringing forward their concerns and asking me to look at them. But obviously this is a proactive job that Brent and I are doing, and we're hoping to prevent code breaches and be very informative on how we get there. Next slide, please. And so just to give a flavor for some of the breaches that I have found in my investigations and discuss, these are public reports. Only if they're public do they come, or pardon me, only if there are breaches do they come to council. And some of the findings I've made in the last few years, and in particular this last reporting period, was really focusing not on things like stating opinions in public about matters of, political interest or public interest, or having a view on a matter of public interest, but it's more around really when you've got your hat on as councillor, not misleading the public specifically about council decisions, and allowing people to bring forward complaints without fear of retaliation. So those are the ones that I took carriage of and I brought to council. So again, I'm not monitoring people's social media conduct, pardon me. It's a complaint-based process. When complaints come in, I look at them and decide whether they fall within the code or not. And here are some examples of where I did find there was a breach. Next slide, please. And so I also dismiss complaints that come in, and sometimes they're just out of my jurisdiction. They're far outside the 60-day period for making a complaint, or they are just not something that I can rule on, like something to do with privacy legislation, etc. Sometimes I get complaints that there's no possible way I can follow up on them because I don't even know who the complainant is. It's just people who have engaged my website or come into the system but haven't given me enough information to investigate. I also encourage in every code of conduct situation that I'm involved in, and I do work outside of the city, as some of you may appreciate, encourage informal resolution where possible. And there were some complaints last year that were resolved informally. The councillor stepped forward and said, I think we can resolve this. And the complainant was amenable and they were resolved. And in any matter, whether it's between councillors or otherwise, when informal resolution is possible, I encourage it. And I'm pleased to see that I don't discourage complaints between councillors, but I also am pleased to see that I don't get a lot of complaints from councillor to councillor, because I think council has shown the ability to sort things out amongst themselves, which is perfectly acceptable, and it is your code to remind each other of as well. So yes, I'm here and I'm happy to review matters that are brought to me, but I also encourage informal resolution. Then, of course, there were the complaints, as I said, that didn't get investigated because they were in the 90-day period. And then I also have the ability to dismiss complaints if they are, I deem them frivolous, vexatious, or made in bad faith. Next slide, please. Now, just generally speaking, and just to assure council that the code requires me to do this, and I do this, and I'm committed to providing a fair investigation process to councillors when there are complaints made against them. The time period for me to complete those investigations is 90 days. Sometimes things will come in, we will do it within the 90 days, but by the time the responding councillor has time to get counsel or to review and this gets scheduled, we may be outside of the 90-day period before it actually comes before council. And there is some discretion there, and we want to err on the side of making sure that the responding councillor has time to get within reason, counts their own advice, and have a full opportunity to respond. So up to date, we've stuck within that 90-day period, although I can say that there's been the odd time where the actual hearing, if there was one, fell outside of the 90-day period. So there's a commitment to treating everybody with dignity and respect, as we all would expect to be treated, including myself. And this is a process, and I can say so far it's interesting and fascinating, but in a forward-looking way, it's also evolving. Next slide, please. So as part of the evolution, I will do interpretations of the code either when I get a complaint or when there's been an issue raised. And over the last number of years, I have interpreted the code and advised previous council, and I will continue to advise this council on the ways I have interpreted the code. So there's a few examples on the screen of issues that have come forward where council is, I think, would have benefited from my interpretation. Brent and I will often interact on some of these issues to make sure that we're on the same page, because we don't want council to be getting mixed advice on some of these things. And of course, Brent also issues memoranda and advice on his interpretation of the code and how to stay onside the code. So some of the issues that have come up in the past, the use of social media, which is still something that I get a lot of complaints about in my inbox, and council has given us feedback on that. Conduct at meetings. Generally, if you're chairing a meeting, we expect you to invoke the procedures bylaw, etc., and not bring issues to me about conduct within a meeting if council is present and can deal with the conduct there. That's the general rule. Budget in terms of professional development we've talked about, and I've had to interpret whether, for instance, organizations can make complaints. So as we go forward, we're developing, and I'm developing a sort of a body of interpretations and provided those to council. This year, my goal is to get some of that up on our website so that it's more easily accessible to council, that history, and to give the website a bit of an update. So that's on the to-do list for this year. Next slide, please. So now in terms of the current and forward-looking work, I've been gathering feedback from the general public. I asked the previous council to provide me feedback, and I've reached out in my annual report asking council to provide feedback. And now we're at the stage where Brent and I, and in consultation with the city clerk's office, and where it makes sense to be talking to the city solicitor, will come forward with any changes we want to see or would recommend seeing to the code or to the process that's associated with the code. And I want to stick with the agenda today and talk just about the annual report, but I'd like council to think about the best way to give us your feedback so that we can modernize this code. And that's something in the past, I believe there was a subcommittee, a code of conduct subcommittee. I don't believe that exists anymore, but this is just a live question that I'll leave with council. How would you like to provide this feedback? Because we do want to come in fairly short order with recommendations on code updates. Next slide, please. And so the code itself, I wasn't the original drafter of it, but I happily accepted it and have made recommendations for changes up to this point. It meets the legal requirements. We must have a code of conduct. The Municipal Government Act requires us to have one, but there are always refinements, and they often arise after I've had to do an investigation and have had to interpret. So I have my own thoughts that I'd like to bring forward, either in a subcommittee or to council, and get some feedback before we go, make those recommendations, and then put those recommendations in front of council. The area of focus I'd like to say that I really think is more modern is not taking a win-lose approach to code of conduct complaints, but a more restorative approach. Now, this is about your constituents or your fellow councillors bringing forward concerns. And really, in the work that I do across the board, in investigations, both in the workplace and in the political setting, the movement, and I've done jurisdictional reviews lately of this in Canada and in the UK, the movement is really towards taking a more restorative approach if possible, and really looking at restoring the relationship so that people can move forward during this time in office, with whether it's their constituents or whether it's their colleagues. That requires council to make that sort of commitment as well. But I do tell council that really is I agree with that approach when we can do it. It's not about winning or losing or anything like that. It's about something's gone wrong in this relationship. Let's get it restored and move forward and get back to doing the work of council. So I share that with you because that's a principle that I would like to see adopted, an approach I would like to see adopted, and I'd like you to know what your integrity commissioners thinking about these things. Next slide, please. So the other thing that we are looking at in my sort of jurisdiction is the code of conduct and how I conduct investigations, and I'm accountable to you to make sure that I followed fair process, etc. If I do find that there is a breach, a sanction hearing would come to council, and we've had some of those. And now that we've been through that cycle, and I've also been through this in other jurisdictions, I'm developing thoughts on what works and what doesn't in that council chamber. However, I don't want to be seen as overstepping here. The council process and the sanction process belongs to council under the advice of the city solicitor. It's not my process. I have input into it though, and I'm happy to have input, but it's not for me to make recommendations on. It's for me just to say what I've seen or heard from my experience, just as a fellow professional. So it's the city solicitor who would advise you on your actual council hearing process. But I am, and I understand the city solicitor's office and Mr. Rathgeber will be brought into those conversations as well when they get it underway, are looking at options for different ways to conduct those sanction hearings. And again, will be up to council, but I'm excited to see if that can also be modernized and take council's feedback on this, what works, what doesn't. So that's something else that will be coming forward. And again, we need a fulsome discussion on that, and the format of that will be decided at another time. The other live issue that's very important and that I encourage council to reflect upon is when this code was developed, there was a very big commitment to transparency. But as it evolves, sometimes that transparency can be more complicated. And I haven't seen it here, but it can happen I've seen it happen in other jurisdictions where, for instance, let's say you had an employee of the city of Edmonton bring forward a concern, then that transparency is somewhat impacted. So getting ahead of those privacy and transparency issues before they're upon us is something we'll also, I believe, be bringing forward to make some recommendations so that we know what that process would look like. There's a possibility, and it's something for council to consider, not today, but we're just planting the seeds of thought right now, that you could develop a separate committee to deal with sanctions or something like that. There are all kinds of machinations and permutations in terms of how this could go. So we will come back with what we think might be a good practice, and you may or may not accept it. But we also think it's our obligation to tell you what other jurisdictions are doing. And also I'll speak from my experience in other jurisdictions that as these codes evolve, these sanction processes or these sanction hearings probably need some reflection, just to make sure that they're not turned into a court proceeding or they're not putting council in a very uncomfortable or untenable position. And also the other thing I'd like to discuss when we do reconvene to discuss the code is really what sort of informal resolution processes we might want to encourage, and what that might look like from council's perspectives. And I'm sure Brent, when we get into it at that stage in the future, will have comments on that, and I certainly will as well. And again, some of these things will need to be, you'll need to get the advice of your city solicitor. Next slide, please. So I said earlier that I've received feedback. I'm just highlighting this because it's in my report and I don't want to lose sight of it, that the two areas that will come back for future consideration is that 90-day suspension period. And there are pros and cons to that. And we could get into a big debate, which isn't on today's agenda, but I can tell you there are pros and cons to that suspension period. I will tell you that I fully agreed with suspending the code leading up to this municipal election, but I was in council's hands should they decide not to at that point. So I did come to council and say, there's a suspension period. Are you okay with me suspending? And there was an agreement that that made sense, from a democracy point of view. And practically doing a bunch of code investigations while people are running a campaign is very difficult. So that's a discussion for another day, but I've made a commitment to the general public who brought forward that concern that we will reflect, or I will bring it to council to reflect upon. And it's up to council what you do with that feedback. And the endorsement of candidates was raised, of course, and we gave advice, both Brent and I, on that that topic. Next item, please, or next slide. I'm now going to turn it over to Brent. So Brent, as you know, his job is to give proactive advice, and Brent's going to summarize what he's done in the years leading up to this meeting, and particularly the last period.
Your Worship and members of Council, thank you, Jamie. It's a pleasure for me to participate in the presentation of the annual report filed on behalf of the Integrity Commissioner's Office. So the Integrity Commissioner's Office is combined or is comprised of two individuals, Jamie, who's the Integrity Commissioner, and myself, who is the Ethics Advisor. Our roles are very different, but I think very complementary. The Integrity Commissioner takes complaints, decides whether or not she has jurisdiction, investigates them, and determines if they're substantiated, does a report to Council. My role is very different. I don't do any of that. I provide ethical and legal advice to councillors who, for the most part, are not the subject of a code complaint or a code investigation, but they're motivated to get advice so that they don't become the subject of a code complaint or investigation. I am a practicing lawyer and need to be both, I think, practically and contractually to fulfill this position. The Code of Conduct is a bylaw, so it is a legal statute, and it, as with any legal statute, it is open to interpretation, and sometimes different people and different lawyers interpret statutes differently. So it is important if you're think that you might be close to crossing the line with respect to a code of conduct breach, or that you might otherwise be in ethical trouble, to seek some advice. You're not obliged to seek my advice ever. And I think many ethical dilemmas are not dilemmas at all, and you'll know exactly what you can and can't do, and you won't need anybody's advice to tell you that. Alternatively, you might have a good relationship with a lawyer or a trusted friend who maybe has been down some of these paths before, and you might prefer to seek that person's counsel rather than mine. However, you need to know that I am a resource. I'm a city paid for resource. I give advice at no cost to the councillor, although it's important to note that I'm not an employee of the City of Edmonton, nor is Jamie. We are contracted to the city to provide a service, but we provide that service independently of the city administration. In the first couple of years that we were involved in this process, I think Jamie and I both started in about 2018. By far, the most inquiries back then were with respect to gifts and benefits and paid speaking engagements and suites at Oiler games, and there were so many of them. I think we thought at some point we had to have some clarification. So we did make an amendment to the code to remove kind of a problematic provision in the gifts and benefits section, requiring the sponsor or promoter of the event to be the person offering the tickets. And that created some problems. It created some inconsistencies, and in my view was especially inconsistent when it came to nonprofits and the arts community, who almost always lack the type of resources to graciously host that some private enterprise might have. So alterations were made. And then sadly, we were struck with COVID, and for almost 2 years now, there's been very few invites to paid speaking at conferences or to hockey games or Edmonton Elk games, or even or the arts community. I mean, a lot of these activities were shut down, and now are just starting to come back, unfold at reduced capacity. But so on a go-forward basis, I think gifts and benefits will continue to be a major part of what I do with respect to giving advice to councillors with respect to the acceptability of gifts. The other one, and the Integrity Commissioner spoke about this in her comments, social media and respectful communication is becoming much more prevalent concept and questions being asked to me about it than I anticipated. But of course, that is, I guess, not to be one shouldn't be surprised by this, given the prevalence of social media in the political realm, given how quick, fast, easy, and inexpensively one can reach thousands, if not tens of thousands, of constituents. But of course, you need to be careful. All communication, including social media communication, has to be code compliant, and that requires a level of respectfulness. I think maybe we'll go to the next slide. Some of the things that we did proactively with the prior council is we gave, both Jamie and I did a seminar on pre-election and campaign advice, and that was broader than just the code of conduct. I also tried to touch on the campaign financing rules and some of the other rules with respect to elections. We're doing, as we speak, orientation both to new and existing council. Before Christmas, I think in late November, Jamie and I appeared in chambers and did sort of an overview of the code, and I think it was well received, but it did generate quite a number of questions. So now, as we speak, with the able assistance of the city clerk's office, I'm setting up one-on-one virtual meetings with city councilors and/or city councilors and their staff to address any specific questions that the councilor might have, but to give more of a one-on-one and in-depth analysis of the code and the services that my office provides and when and how you can access them. The last council worked on both a lobbyist registry and on a social media policy. Ultimately, both of those initiatives were not passed for a variety of reasons, but I think it was a purposeful process in that both the city administration and certainly the Integrity Commissioner and myself got a better feel for what that council was comfortable with in terms of a lobbyist registry and what a future social media code might look like. So I encourage this council to pick up where the last council left off. I think those are both very important tools to promote good conduct and ethics among elected officials. And finally, I do think that the code has been working well. As the ethics advisor, of course, I mean, there's no real perfect statistical way to measure our success or our failures, but I do take pride in the fact that we've had very few, I think, compared to other jurisdictions, complaints filed against, speaking of the last council, and of the complaints that were filed, only a fraction, a very small, a tiny fraction of them ended up being substantiated and a report to council being filed. And of those, no sanction was ultimately awarded or provided by council against that sitting councillor. So I take pride in that I've contributed to an ethics system at City Hall that has resulted in no councillor being sanctioned by his or her peers. So that being said, there are some deficiencies, both within the code and the aforementioned social media and lobbyist. And I'm very much looking forward to this council, if it be your will, that we work on those initiatives to make our ethics system even better. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you so much for that thorough presentation. Absolutely important work that both of you have done and will continue to do. And I think this council understands having a very robust council code of conduct. So I will open it up for questions to council members. If you could please sign up. And as you do, maybe I can start on the, you want some feedback today, but you're going to be coming back with the more thorough kind of analysis and then some recommendations for council to consider, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so more of a very high level input at this time, and that council members may want to share. And is a process available for council members to share informally with you as well if they have instead of through a council or committee meeting, and if they want to share some ideas with you, they have the ability to do that as well, right?
Your worship, that's correct. And in my annual report, I've invited council members to get in touch with me with any feedback directly, and that will all be captured. And also, if there's a formal process that's put into place for doing that, we'd be happy to engage in that.
Right. And the confidentiality of complainants is absolutely protected, and also if a complaint is against a council colleague, or which is some kind, what is the process for, like, what I'm trying to understand is that at what point does council become aware of a complaint? A council as an entity, as a body, become aware of the complaint until you make your decision, or to determine whether the complaint is valid, or at some point before that?
The only complaints that I bring forward to council are those that I find there's been a breach.
Okay.
There is the ability within the code to bring an interim report to council if I'm struggling with getting cooperation or anything like that, but I haven't had to do that.
Okay.
So the idea behind that, Your Worship, was to protect the process from, abuse as well, and also to only bring those things forward where there is a need to say what my findings are, and then council needs to make a decision as to whether they'll accept the findings and sanction. And I certainly, if you look at the volume, and I don't bring everything forward, but the annual report is a way to give you a flavor for what has come forward, and happy to answer questions about that while maintaining, obviously, confidentiality around the process.
Got it. That's good. And the one last question is, how do you discourage that a very important process that is in place is not used? Because we're all public officials, we interacted in various forums, and we have opposing views sometimes that people may not agree with, disagree with, and to ensure that the code itself is not being used as a intimidation tactics to maybe restrict the ability of council members to engage or say things that might be appropriate, but some may use that as a intimidation tactics. How do you make sure that doesn't happen?
So that issue gets raised with me quite regularly, and I dismiss complaints quite constantly if it's just people debating. I have to impartially look at the conduct and determine whether it falls within the code. And literally, almost lately, day in and day out, I'm making determinations as to whether this is something that's just elected officials who wear many hats, both as, representing their constituents, but also doing what's in the best interest of the city and doing their councillor work versus violating the code. If you look at where I found breaches, it's where as an elected official, I felt that people have intentionally misled the public on the work of the city or on council decisions. And so councillors who are being investigated can raise those concerns as well to me as to whether they think that the process is being misused.
Okay.
And there are sections of the code that allow me to dismiss complaints if I find that they're being brought in bad faith or vexatious.
Good. That's good. That's good to know. And last question is that as you come back, are you still thinking of revisiting the lobbyist registry and bring back a recommendation to new council, or does that have to be a direction from council for you to consider that? Maybe it's to Mr. Rathgeber, on that?
Yeah, I mean, we will participate and provide input and advice to council depending on what council's initiatives are. I mean, I don't think it's appropriate for us to push a lobbyist registry if a lobbyist registry isn't wanted. But I would encourage you to want one, and then thereafter to seek the input of the Integrity Commissioner.
Got it.
But ultimately, the initiative has got to come from council.
Okay, got it. Thank you so much for that. Councillor Hamilton?
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So thank you for this presentation. I always enjoy having these discussions and hearing from our integrity office. One of the things, and this is really more of musing, this code of conduct was set out by the previous council, and for every council across Alberta, they have to set out a code of conduct that they define the terms of, correct?
That's correct, Councillor Hamilton. The Municipal Government Act and the regulation gives some guidelines of the basic requirements that have to be in the code, and the rest is up to council. Absolutely. Yeah.
Excellent. So I thank you for that. And I know you did a lot of work on this, Ms. Pytel. I've always enjoyed Mr. Rathgeber's counsel. And I'm wondering if it's not sort of a good governance point that we might reinitiate the Code of Conduct Subcommittee so that members of the new council will have an opportunity to review, have those discussions, and make sure that what was defined previously still fits within the values and intentions of this council.
I think there's.
I don't know
I
if you
think
have
there's.
thoughts on that, Mr. Cuthbert.
I think there's value in that suggestion, Councillor Hamilton. The codes of conduct, especially in Alberta, are very new. Ontario and other jurisdictions have a little bit more experience than Alberta, but in Alberta they're very new, and I think, in fairness, we have to consider them to be a work in process. And so, if council is so inclined through the Council Services Committee, which I think set up a subcommittee to deal with the code. This code could be assessed and dissected and amended, or it could be completely turned upside down. There's no necessary science to this, and as the council will probably know, or especially those that have been on the previous council, and if they've assessed this code of conduct to the other codes in other jurisdictions, they're quite different. I mean, they're underlying themes, but the specifics are different, and one science doesn't necessarily fit all. So I do see merit in council taking another look at it, and I, of course, would be happy to participate in that process.
And I think you're bringing up something really interesting too, which is that when Edmonton set its code of conduct, there was really limited information, as I recall, across Canada in terms of what municipalities were doing in this regard. But in that time, and I think speaking to your experience, Ms. Pytel, in that time, we've actually seen quite a lot of information come out. This has expanded across numerous jurisdictions, so this might be an opportunity to learn. Correct?
I couldn't agree with you more. And as I said, I'm constantly reading and interacting with other integrity commissioners, looking at other codes and looking at how they've been interpreted, not just by integrity commissioners, but by the courts. And so it's the perfect time to do a cleanup of some of those things that might not belong in, other things that should be in or should be more put in for the more modern code as well, right? So absolutely good timing. And I've been doing a lot of work to get ready for this discussion.
Wonderful, thank you. And the last thing I want to note, because I think we went 10 rounds on the lobbyist registry last term, and so I've heard some interest in revisiting that, but it might be helpful for. As I recall, one of the sticking points was how do you define who a lobbyist is and who keeps the records. That was one of the big sort of hangups, as I recall.
That amongst other hangups, yeah, those were certainly fatal, Councillor Hamilton, as you accurately recalled. I mean, there's no doubt. I mean, in the last council, the former mayor had a volunteer registry where records were kept of anybody that entered his office to talk to him. But I don't think any record was made of any meetings that were held outside of his worship's office. So there are different ways to do it. I think the more sophisticated registries, certainly the one in the federal government in Ottawa, I mean, has a commissioner of lobbying, and it's that office that keeps the registrar and does the registering, and there are fines for not registering. And then the question really, and then it becomes who is the onus on to do the registering, the politician or the lobbyist? And there are good arguments for and against both of those different options. I'm glad to hear that there is an appetite to revisit this issue because I do think it's important that the public knows who is gaining access to their decision makers.
Great, thank you. I'll have a motion on that, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Motion on the striking a subcommittee or lobbyist?
Yeah, that one.
Okay,
yeah.
okay. All right, got it. Councillor Jans?
Yeah, thank you very much. I appreciated reading the report and the considerations arising. I wanted to ask Mr. Rathgaber more about the idea of a lobbyist registry, not only for the mayor's office or council, but also for city administration as well. Wondering if that would be a consideration of his office or any recommendations there.
Well, I would certainly be prepared to conceptually provide advice to council. I don't have, and I don't think Ms. Patel has any jurisdiction with respect to non-elected members of council. So I think that would have to be done in combination with the city solicitor's office, who of course is part of the city administration. But conceptually, I absolutely agree with you, Councillor Jans. I mean, a lot of important decisions, a lot of important procurements, a lot of important contracts are either not done at the political level or they're merely rubber stamped at the political level, and it's the administrative level that is frequently involved in the awarding of these types of contracts and procurements. So ultimately, similar to other registries, and again, I'm most familiar with the one in Ottawa, it does touch the senior management and the upper echelons of the civil service.
Interesting, thank you. I don't have a motion subsequent right now, but it's certainly something I'm interested in discussing further and hearing more about. I've been, it's the more you get into it, sometimes the more you learn. So thank you for sharing.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. That was important questions. Okay, I see no more questions on the board. So, Councillor Hamilton, do you have wording for the motion that you were thinking of making?
I do not. I was just drafting something, and I'm reluctant to wing it. Because I was just about to text the clerk. It's really about who it would go back to, or who the motion instruct.
Hamilton, it's the clerk here. So actually, council did have a council code of conduct subcommittee up until September of last year. So if that's something that council wishes us to reignite, it would just be a simple motion back for us to bring bylaw amendments to the committee's bylaw, reconstituting that. I would just like to get direction publicly from what the composition of that committee would be, please. Or are you thinking that the subcommittee would be all 13 of you, or less or more?
No. So I'll move that administration bring bylaw amendments back to reinitiate the council, the Code of Conduct subcommittee. Leave it at as its current composition.
As the composition for the previous council, we can reignite what was previously there?
Yeah, so as it's currently defined, yeah.
So that doesn't mean that we have to identify the council members on that committee at this time, right? Or
no, the first step is for us to bring, so you can't appoint somebody to something that isn't constituted, so we'll bring those amendments
bring that forward and then we'll make that decision.
And we can bring those back when we bring forward the agenda management changes to the changes to the procedures bylaw. We can see if we can do both amendments to the March council meeting so we can reconstitute that.
Okay, so can you please, if you can, I know Rama is working, type in very
I haven't typed that up yet, but can you come back to that? 'Cause
Yeah, we can.
We're going to be here for a couple of days,
Yeah,
so we can get that dealt with.
come back to that, and so we put this agenda item on the hold as well, or do we just move, or that could be a subsequent motion.
It can replace, this item is before you to receive for information. If you want to give us a few seconds, we can just get that typed up.
Yeah, sure, if you can, because I don't want to put this on hold as well, right? So then I'll
And
be.
if it's helpful as well, we have the history of the lobbyist registry discussions with council going back to 2018. If that's helpful, I'm happy to put that into a quick memo and get that off
Yeah,
to
please,
council.
so then
you're
council
aware of,
member
I
can
think, the
have
10
a
or
more-
dozen so reports that came to
But
committee.
that doesn't require a motion. You'll just share that with
I will
council
just do
members,
that,
please. Okay, cool. That'll be great. And thank you for your work, Mr. Rathgeber and Ms. Patel, on these very important codes and behaviors, and that we so really appreciate that on behalf of council.
Thank you, Your Worship. If I just could ask once again, new councillors especially, if you haven't already done so, please contact Amanda in the city clerk's office and set up a one-on-one virtual meeting with me so that I can explain in greater detail the services that we provide and how to keep you on side the code of conduct. I thank you very much, Mr. Mayor and members of council. Have a great rest of your Tuesday.
Thank you so much.
We've just sent the draft wording, Councillor, just into the group chat.
That's amenable to me. So I'll move that administration bring bylaw amendments to the council committee bylaw regarding reconstituting the Code of Conduct Subcommittee of Council Services Committee, similar to the previous committee.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Seconded by?
Second.
Councillor Knack. Right. So that is, we have a motion on the floor. And before I call for vote, anyone to speak to the motion? I see none. We can go to vote now, Madam Clerk.
Yeah, we'll just shut down the speakers list. Thank you.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the vote, please. Votes, please. That is carried. Good. Now we go back to 9.2.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Okay. Back to 9.2, collective bargaining verbal update. We had a motion on the floor, moved and seconded, and open for speaking. I see that Councillor Hamilton is there to speak. Councillor Hamilton.
Yeah, this is a little awkward because I would have preferred to speak to this in private, so I could speak to it in more detail. So to be brief, first of all, I'd like division on this because I don't want to vote against keeping this in private. But I just don't agree. I think I just don't agree. So that's all I wanted to say. And it's awkward.
I do apologize, Councillor Hamilton. For the record, Councillor Rutherford has left the meeting because she has to recuse herself from this discussion.
Councillor Rutherford has left the meeting?
Yes, she has.
Okay, yeah, good. Okay, so Councillor Hamilton, you want the motion divided into?
Yes, yeah, part one and part two. And I just don't agree with part one. And I really would have liked to, I thought we'd be coming back to this in private, at some point. It makes it really awkward. I would prefer a different thing. So.
Councillor Hamilton, is this maybe, Mr. Mayor, we might want to go back in private. Councillor Hamilton appears to want to share.
Or we can just leave it here, table it for now, and go back to the other items, right? And
yeah, you're going to be going back in private to deal with item 9.1 later on.
Yeah, then we can deal at that time. Councillor Hamilton, is that okay? Good.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, got it.
Thank
you. So we table this until we come back in private again to talk about 9.1. All right, and we are now back to item 6.1, and we had a motion on the floor. It was moved and seconded, and I was too fast to call for vote without knowing that council members wanted to speak to it. So my apologies for that. And I will go to council members to speak to that motion. And Councillor Hamilton, you are first one in the line.
Thank you. I appreciate the intent of this and the desire to relook at the CRL. From the onset, the CRL has been, I think, a really unique tool that the municipality was allowed to employ at a really unique time. And that's something I think we've been advised, that it was sort of a limited window, and that it would be very hard, if not impossible, to sort of get that, re-employ that tool again. It's also an incredibly complex tool, and I think that it needs to be adjusted very carefully. So I would have supported the motion as it relates to some of the other public infrastructure investments. And looking at it, I understand this is for information, but I'm extremely concerned about the inclusion of mixed market housing. I think there's going to be a lot of people who will hear about this, and they will wonder if this frankly crosses a fairly significant line in terms of what we said, what the City of Edmonton said it was going to do with the CRL, and will bring up questions about fairness and equity. I think that there are a lot of other tools that and perhaps more nuanced tools that could be employed by council to advance those needs. This isn't this isn't to critique those needs, but I am very, very hesitant and frankly concerned about the use of the CRL and to set administration on a path of frankly to undertake quite a bit of work, I think, even at a high level, to do something that I would not be prepared to support. So I'm afraid I can't support this at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Cartmel.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi, and I'll be brief. I as well, echoing the thoughts of Councillor Hamilton, I appreciate where this is coming from. But I think that we at council have so many different levers and opportunities that we can employ to support city building things and some of the issues and opportunities around subsidized housing, affordable housing, supportive housing, and those kinds of efforts. We've seen that the city has been gradually moving in this direction for quite a number of years. The CRL is crafted to try to incent private development downtown, and it's important to remember that while some are seeing the dollars that are coming into the CRL as a bonanza, what that really is a repayment of money already spent. And to start talking about new things to spend money on, particularly things that we're spending money on in other places within the city budget, is a bit of a dangerous game. We heard that. We heard administration say it would be several years before we get to a place where we can consider additional projects anyway. This sets up potentially some heightened expectation that might lead to disappointment. This creates work for administration where they don't need more work right now. It's not something that would imminently be employed or undertaken. So, and as I agree with Councillor Hamilton, I think it runs the risk that we are moving away from the original intent of the CRL that was supported by the provincial government. There's a significant collaborative and connecting piece there that might not see support. And I just don't know that it's worth all of the confusion and potential relitigation and the rest that would go with confusing the plot, I would say, on what this CRL is for. So I think we should stick to what we originally intended to do, try to promote that private sector investment, and ultimately reap the rewards that that private sector investment will provide essentially till the end of time, as it were, once the city is built out and we see these developments. So I will not be supporting this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Tang.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I appreciate all the concerns that's been shared. I also appreciate the mover for always consistently reminding this council of our commitment to affordable housing. You know, to me, I think the intention for a high-level exploratory, or sorry, a high-level exploration, I think is worth a consideration. I guess, you know, given kind of the tremendous urgency that we're facing, I don't think that we should necessarily just rule exploring all of our options. And who's to say that affordable housing itself is not a catalyst for downtown? So I'll just keep it at that, and I will be supporting this.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Wright.
Hi, thank you very much. I'm fully supportive of this in the format presented. I think it provides some maybe fresh new ideas from this fresh new council that Edmontonians elected, and things that may not have been considered before by past council or provincial governments. And so like I said, fully support this and look forward to the information that's brought forward from the report and the hard work that administration will do on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I won't be supporting this, but I absolutely support the motivation behind it. I think that perhaps what this motion is asking for is not the best tool to achieve the outcomes that are intended. I think that, frankly, mixed market housing, affordable housing, public washrooms, we have many other tools to advance that. Public washrooms is very simple. We can just simply fund it. And as for the mixed market and affordable housing, we already have multiple paths on that. And it's not a matter of finding the funds, it's a matter of leveraging those funds. And so I think the money on the city part is already there. We just need provincial participation and continued advocacy on the federal level. Frankly, you know, history lesson, you know, federal funding for housing was cut severely way back with the Brian Mulroney government. And, you know, the more, I've got a little bit of a frustration in that the more that municipalities take on, the less other orders of government actually have to do, which is bizarre considering that, you know, for every dollar of tax, the municipal percentage is 6 to 8%. We don't go into deficit. We can't carry deficits that way. And what we actually need is governments who are willing to help municipalities, because frankly, the further we go down this road, the more unsustainable it gets, and eventually it can fall apart. And that is a real frustration. And that also means that people's property taxes go up, which on a year-to-year basis may not always be an equitable proposition. So I love the ideas here. I think we should forward them anyway, but I just don't think that this is the tool for it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Rutherford.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I sit here and I hear both perspectives of my council colleagues. I hear the concern with, what would the intended use and purposes of the community revitalization levy, and it's one of the reasons that I couldn't support the change in direction with station lands. But I also think back to that same conversation about station lands, where I asked the specific question about, did we negotiate any, 10% below market in those 5 complexes that are going to be built there? And when we're investing so much dollars. And the answer was no, it was not contemplated. And I think that was a miss. And I think that this motion provides an opportunity to look for that. And I think the challenge is with the word affordable housing is it's a very fuzzy term. And I've talked about this on many occasions because I still would contend that even 10% below market is not affordable often. But I also think that this isn't the right leverage tool for permanent supportive housing. I don't think that that was the purpose of this. And I think we're getting into, agreements we've made provincially that we're skirting. But I think that I agree wholeheartedly with Councillor Tang's sentiments that it's worth consideration and it's worth exploration at that high level. And so I will be supporting this. I think there is opportunity to look at this with a fresh lens and look for opportunity points. And so that is why I will be supporting it with that caution flag, and definitely know, council colleagues, that I am hearing the concern about this going too far. And I hear the concern about taking on, all of the responsibilities when all 3 levels of and orders of government need to be involved in some of these solutions. And so I hear all of that, but for this one, I think there is some opportunity there that we're missing. And I believe wholeheartedly that we could be finding some real cool opportunities and innovative solutions here. So thank you for bringing this forward and for looking at downtown revitalization in a very innovative and creative way. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. And I see no one else on the list. Please vote.
Mr. Mayor, I have to apologize. I think that there may have been some misinformation presented, not intentionally, in the last.
You have a point of order, Councillor Paquette?
Yeah, there may have been some misinformation, not intentional, in the last comment. I believe that when it comes to the station lands, there was an application to access the Downtown Development Fund, and that actually requires an affordable housing component. So I just wanted to clarify that. That's all. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Okay, please, back to the vote. No one else is on the line. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. And 6.1. Now we are on 6.2. 6.2 Enterprise Comms Status Update. Budget scope and timelines. Pressures was exempted by Councillor Hamilton. I understand there's a presentation that is available from admin. So over to our city manager.
You leading this, Stacey?
Mr. Hodgson will do the presentation.
And we'll just wait for it to be loaded. It looks like it is. I will jump in. Good afternoon, Mayor Sohi and members of council. Today I'm here to provide information related to the Enterprise Commons project, including its current state, progress that has been made, challenges that we've encountered, and background information on a recommended path forward. Joining me are Nisreen Hussain, our Director of ERP Implementation, Daryl Croft, our Branch Manager of Open City and Technology, along with our project's executive sponsors, Ms. Padbury and Mr. Laughlin, who will all be available to answer questions following the presentation. Next slide, please. To provide context for those councillors who have joined our transformation journey more recently, a business case was prepared and considered by council in 2019 that analyzed the different variables associated with the transition of our core enterprise systems to a modernized solution. That business case suggested that there were benefits related to the transformation of our systems and business processes, both from a process efficiency standpoint and related to the total cost of ownership of our IT systems. It also referenced that many of our enterprise systems already don't have vendor support or soon won't. Based on the findings of the business case, Council provided direction and funding approval for administration to pursue a cloud-based SAP solution, and through a competitive procurement process, Deloitte LLP was hired to act as the system integrator for the implementation of the program in 2020. The first wave of Enterprise Commons is focused on the core foundational systems supporting human resources, finance, and supply chain functions. Future phases of Enterprise Commons, based on prioritization and analysis, could include enterprise asset management and workflow solutions, but those systems themselves are not in scope of the work being discussed today. The project team, in collaboration with our integration partner and our stakeholders, has worked through phases of identifying business requirements, have progressed design and configuration, completed one round of systems integration testing, identified defects, and made progress on resolving them. We are currently working through our second round of system integration testing, as well as progressing on process documentation, training material development, and change management activities. Next slide, please. The original target to launch Enterprise Commons was early this year. As part of the original analysis completed before the project, we knew how difficult a transformation effort of this magnitude would be. However, as administration has progressed in the project, similar to other large-scale capital projects, we've uncovered new information and identified additional complexity. The enormous project scope, the complexity of our organization, the change in delivery from in-person to remote required in response to the pandemic, along with the needs of our partners in the Edmonton Police Service and Edmonton Public Library, have contributed to difficulty in our team navigating and defining business requirements. In addition, several essential business requirements, including some that are statutorily required, were not identified until advanced stages of the project, which has led to an expansion of scope with additional costs and time delays. While every attempt to simplify existing business processes to align with industry best practices has been made, the complexity of our system has led to some unique requirements, and we have had to remain practical to meet the needs of our 73 lines of business. With these items in mind, and with consideration to some of the challenges for key areas of the program, including security, access, and payroll, administration has thought it prudent to provide Council with the status update found in the report and recommended actions identified in attachments 2 and 3. Next slide, please. The risks of not funding this work are also outlined in private attachment 3. Administration's recommendation is the approval of an increase in funding to account for the additional risk mitigation activities and extension of the launch timeline. To manage the conversation appropriately today, it is recommended that any questions related to the city's relationship and negotiations with our systems integration partner be addressed privately so as not to prejudice future negotiations. A recommendation would also be that discussion about the risk associated with not funding and any other options at the city's disposal also remain private, as these may also have legal considerations. Next slide, please. Thank you for this opportunity to present this information. We'd be pleased to answer any clarifying questions that Council may have.
Thank you so much for that presentation, Mr. Hodgson. And this was exempted by Councillor Hamilton, and I'll go to Councillor Hamilton first. Go ahead, Councillor.
Okay, so I'm cagey here because I have a lot of questions about how this happened, and I'm just like really, I'm not sure where the boundary is in terms of getting some forthright answers here that won't prejudice discussions. So I'm guessing, okay, when you talk about the impacts of EPL and EPS, I'm wondering how this wasn't caught in the project. Like when the project was set out, how were those complex needs not accounted for? How is this a late stage addition?
So Councillor Hamilton, I'd answer that question rather generally in the sense that with 73 different lines of business, there are complex processes that are involved. And each of those organizations that you've identified have unique considerations that are separate from the cities. In terms of the project progress, there were discovery sessions that included those organizations. But again, with the complexity of pulling together the requirements for all of those organizations as well as the city, there were items that weren't identified until later stages of the project. And in the state that we're currently in, we're in what we consider a design freeze, which allows for the development of the program itself, or pardon me, the solution itself. And when new functionality is introduced at those later stages, there are different contractual considerations that come into play for those items.
So, and maybe this is not for you to answer, Mr. Hodgson, but I'm wondering if our tech projects are governed the same way that we govern our other major capital infrastructure projects when we do a gated process, because it seems to me that we're right back at the place that we were with our capital projects, 10 years ago, but now with our tech projects. And I'm wondering if, I'm really struggling with the project governance here. I'm a little bit frustrated because I think that this was flagged as being a risk really early on. So I'm wondering sort of how, frankly, we got here. And that's not to you, Mr. Hodgson. I don't want to. No doubt you're frustrated as well. I'm just wondering if there is a different learning we can take from this in terms of future governance practices, so that we don't end up here.
So, Councillor Hamilton, it's Adam Lachlan responding. Sorry. I'll collect myself here. Having been involved in the early days of this project, that approach that we take on infrastructure projects was something that the team certainly attempted to advance through this project. I think in Mr. Hodgson's comments, complexity of this project, it's significant in this case. 73 lines of business, external partners that you referenced. I think coupled with some of the challenges we've been dealing with over the course of the time frame with this project have led to the sort of challenges that we're dealing with. And I don't know if this project is a measurement of all IT projects that we deliver. I think the scope, scale, and magnitude of this one certainly separated. And if Mr. Croft would like to speak to sort of the IT project and the approach that you're taking, and I think you're trying to model the PDDM on all of the projects, I think he can speak to that.
Thank you, Adam. And yes, Councillor Hamilton, as Adam has touched on, we do generally try to follow or adhere to the PDDM methodology. Not to sort of reiterate the point, but as Mr. Hodgson talked about, the complexity here, 73 distinct lines of business. And if I could use just a generalized example, when we talk about adhering to best practice for a municipal organization around something as simple as an HR record, we all thought that was good until we began conversations with our partner organizations, and they in some cases would unearth and say, your best practice doesn't fit because of our security needs or our risk tolerance or other things. So I think along the way, we've tried to still ensure good governance is in place over the project and controlling the scope, but these discoveries have led to the situation we now find ourselves in.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much. I mean, I echo Councillor Hamilton's concerns over the project management and how this has been allowed to sort of budgeting and scope creep and everything, and why that wasn't identified earlier. I do hesitate that I withdrew my motion back during the budget to sort of put a kibosh on it and sort of pause when funding was requested at the 3.7, which I think for the reasons stated then are the same reasons stated now. I'm just wondering, maybe before we move into private to talk about the budgeting, looking at your business case from March of 2019, there is reference to, there's reference to the Phoenix system that the federal government put for their payroll. And that was my main reason for withdrawing my motion back during budget, was Mr. Corbold's comment about how are we going to pay our people. And I'm just wondering if we're going to get thrust into the same state as the federal Phoenix system, where we're just, whether this new system is going to have problems in paying our people properly. Could somebody comment and ease my fears in that respect?
So Councillor Wright, I can maybe start, and if others have items they'd like to add to supplement, that would be great. In terms of what we're suggesting as a recommendation today, we are recommending that we add some additional risk mitigation mechanisms within the project. The intent of adding those risk mitigation mechanisms is to avoid having circumstances where we have issues related to pay for our employees or vendors. So in terms of what we've brought forward today, we do think that the different initiatives that will form part of what will be accommodated with this new funding will help to alleviate the concern that may arise from a system that may not function the way that we would want it to.
Yeah. I'll perhaps be a little more direct, Councillor. I think the difference between this and Phoenix is, in Phoenix, with a federal system, administration was afraid to bring forward adjustments like this because of the criticism that we are duly getting, and that's fair. It's fair criticism, but I would say in other circumstances, administrations were afraid to bring forward that criticism or these realities, and therefore face that criticism. We had a long chat about this at ELT a couple weeks ago, and it's for that reason that we've examined everything. And could there have been things done years and months ago to improve it? Absolutely, but one of the reasons we feel this is a very important recommendation now, and it's troubling for us, it's troubling for everybody, but it's to avoid making the mistakes that wind up with a complete failure of a system, and we don't want that.
So I guess what contingency plans have been put in place now to ensure that our employees continue to get paid?
Mostly it's about a lot of additional testing and making sure we do more testing, more validation before we do the transition, but I'll let Mr. Hodgson add more.
Mr. Corbold, they answered exactly as I would have, so thank you.
Okay, that actually brings me to another point then, because when I was involved in the SAP project for the banking transformation at ATB, there was a substantial number of employees that were seconded to the project. And I'm just wondering how many employees, subject matter experts and everything have been brought in from other lines of business to assist in this project. And what are they missing out doing back in their regular day-to-day work? Can somebody give me some maybe cost estimates or FTE numbers as to how much this project has eaten up of the rest of the business lines?
So, Councillor Wright, again, I can take a run at one of the questions, and I think that some of the other questions, maybe in terms of trade-offs, may be more difficult to answer. But in terms of FTEs, we have somewhere, I think it's in the neighborhood of 60 to 70 folks that are directly supporting the project. Indirectly, we do have testing that's occurring across our organization. And again, that's part of creating a robust system, is ensuring that we have subject matter experts that are familiar with systems and requirements and needs going in and testing the system. In terms of the trade-off, obviously we do our best to prioritize timing in a way that has minimal impact to business as possible. But certainly there is an investment that is made from a time perspective for our organization, and ensuring that this is rolled out in a way that makes sense. I personally can't quantify the trade-offs that each organizational unit may make, except for from the place of the resourcing being appropriate to accommodate the work that needs to happen within the project. So I don't believe that there are situations today where work is not progressing from a city priority standpoint to make way for this project to move forward. I think it's a balance within each work area.
Thank you, Councillor
Thank you. I'll
Wright.
come back for a second round.
Councillor Tang.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. When appropriate, I'd like to move us into private, just because I think I have a lot of questions around the attachments 2 and 3. I found myself really frustrated reading this report, particularly considering the budget approval we had back in the fall, as per Councillor Wright's point. And I also just think it's really, it's not great that we're finding ourselves in this kind of locked in position where it feels like we have limited options.
So you can move
anyway,
that.
so when appropriate, happy to.
Councillor Tang, you can move that. We can go into private now because Councillor Hamilton is for second round and Councillor Wright is for second round.
Okay, then I will move for us to go to private.
Councillor Tang moves that
as per section,
Madam Clerk will be in there.
section 4.
24 and 25.
24, 25.
24 and 25. Thank you.
And that is seconded by?
Second.
Second by Councillor Hamilton. Any questions before we vote to go in private? Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. We'll give you a couple of minutes to lock the doors. bring this meeting back to order and do a quick roll call. Councillor Wright,
I'm here.
Councillor Knack,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Principe,
Hello.
Councillor Stevenson,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Paquette,
Hello.
just looking to see, we are online.
We are online.
I can see us.
Okay, so I'll go to Councillor Wright to move the attachment 4.
Thank you very much, Mayor Sohi. I would like to move the attachments outlined in Amendment 4 to remain in private, subject to Section 24 and 25.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Need a seconder.
Okay, second.
Seconded by Councillor Tang. We have a motion on the floor now. Anyone to speak? And there's a couple of people on the list. Are they two? Just hold on. Councillor Wright, you moved the motion, right? Are you to speak as well?
No, I think I spoke enough in private.
Good. Okay. And Councillor Paquette?
Yeah, my apologies. Just to clarify, this motion looks like it's...
It remains private.
Yeah, okay. And this is not the next motion that we'll be considering?
No.
Okay, just had to clarify. I think other people might have had that question.
All right, so we are moving to vote now. Please vote.
We're just waiting for one more, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Jan, we got all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the votes, please. That has failed. Okay, I just want to make sure that everyone voted the right way.
Yeah, that was the purpose of my question. I'm not sure if there was clarity on the question we were being asked to vote on.
So how do we clarify that without going back into private?
I had assumed that this motion was simply just to keep the information in private and not a direction.
So if it is helpful, Councillor Paquette, you voted in favor of something that you said you would not be supporting in private.
That is correct.
No, we are not going to talk about what that is. Okay, good. So you want to reconsider the vote?
So we don't need to if somebody happened to hit the wrong button and you would like us to recall the vote so you can re-vote at your direction, we can do that, Mr. Mayor. And for clarity, it's the actions outlined in attachment 4 and that attachment 4 remain in private subject to section 24 and 25.
So
How would you like to proceed?
Let's reconsider the vote.
We're going to recall the vote. We don't need a motion to
recall the vote. Okay, the vote has been recalled. Now we going to get another notice for the vote?
Yeah, we're sending the vote right now.
Okay.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That has failed. Okay, now would someone please move the other part of the report, the other recommendation in the report? Councillor Hamilton.
Moved.
That was Councillor Hamilton, right?
Second?
Yeah.
And second by Councillor Tang.
Just before you call the vote, would somebody mind actually reading out what you're voting on, please?
Yes, please. I would. Councillor Hamilton, can you please, or you want me to?
I have it.
Oh, you have it? Okay.
Yeah.
that the budget adjustment for capital profile 1918-1904 Enterprise Systems Transformation Program, as outlined in attachment 3 of the February 22, 2022 Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS S01050, be approved. And 2, that attachments 2 and 3 of the February 22, 2022 Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS 01050, remain private pursuant to sections 24, advice from officials, and 25, disclosure harmful to economic and other interests of a public body of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. So that was seconded by Councillor Tang. We have a motion on the floor. Anyone to speak on the motion? I see none.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
sorry.
So there is Councillor.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, Councillor Paquette.
I must be on from last time.
Okay, sorry, Councillor Tang.
I don't think this is necessarily a very joyous report to go over, but I am supporting this motion because I think, I think this is really actually important for our commitment to quality and efficient public service. Fully, grasping the complexity of a project like Enterprise Common, given the magnitude for corporate transformation that is really for decades to come. So this is a big decision, and I hope certainly that the lessons learned in this, ordeal will be help to mitigate, similar circumstances in the future, although I certainly hope we don't come to this again. So for those reasons, I do support it.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to support our project moving forward with this additional budget request. And however, I would like to emphasize the concern and also the challenge administration faced in the contract management process, and the specifics, the concerns from public, what I heard, what constituents and I spoke to, and regarding city's contract management for the schedule change, for the scope change, and that results the over budget.
Councillor Rice, Rice, I am just hold on. Councillor Rice, just as we speak, if we just could speak to the motion that is here and be very careful about the private items, that we don't make reference to them in any way, right? So just being super cautious on that. So just I gotta Mr. Clerk kind of giving me indications to that we might be going into that territory where the private part of the reports. So I just want to very, very cautious, please. Go ahead.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor, for that reminder. But I do believe what I'm speaking to, and then from a strategic perspective, yes, we move this forward, and I still want to focus on some strategy, and we may need to pay close attention to develop to address the similar concerns, similar issues, and so that's my speak to this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Really appreciate that. Okay, no one else to speak. We have a vote. We have a motion on the floor. Please vote.
We have all the votes, Mr.
Display the votes, please. That is carried So we have 10 minutes, and I am looking at the items. 6.3 probably need a little bit more time. 6.5 will definitely need more time. 6.6 probably definitely need more time than 10 minutes. And 6.7 is for Thursday. And 6.9 anti-racism strategy. I know this is exempted by Councillor Rice. She has some questions, and we have a very robust debate on this item. So just want to get a nod from council members. If others have questions, then we would probably won't be able to deal with this. But if Councillor Rice has some questions, we can deal with that and then vote on it. I'm getting nods. Or we can give it a shot. Would somebody bring it forward, that we bring forward 6.9? If we deal with that, maybe we all might be able to deal with the...
I'll second that.
So, sorry, who moved to bring it forward?
Councillor Tang.
Councillor Tang and Councillor Stevenson.
Stevenson, seconded.
Yeah. So we have a motion on the floor to bring forward 6.9 anti-racism strategy. Any questions?
Councillor Principe is trying to get your attention, Mr. Mayor.
So Councillor Principe, just hold on. Councillor Principe, we are not voting on yet until I get clearance. Councillor Principe, I can see you on the list, but can you go ahead?
Sorry about that. Were we able to speak?
Yes, we are just bringing it. We're bringing it forward now, right? So.
Okay.
Yeah, at this time.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry, that's clear. So please vote.
It's okay. It's okay. Councillor Paquette, we have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. We are on to anti-racism strategy report 6.9. Councillor Rice, Councillor Principe. Councillor Rice exempted this. I'll go to Councillor Rice first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have questions, and also I want to speak to this this as well. My question is, and by looking at the reports and the information provided, I really appreciate the comprehensive attachments and provided, and I went one by one of them. And specifically regarding the jurisdiction comparison and other cities across Canada and did the work and how much the money and the funding invested, I do have a question. And for administration, what is the $2 million specific breakdown to spend on compared to other cities? For example, Toronto, just $600,000, and Winnipeg is just $400,000, and other cities, the city I look at is always under the $1 million. And then why is the $2 million we provided here? And then what's the rationale behind? I mean, if you can help me have better understanding.
Sure, Councillor. I would equate some of the other jurisdictional scans to using that money in the same way that Council has directed us to use the 1.2 million approved in the fall, and that is to say it's earmarked for specific uses on safety in the communities, which ARAC is in the process of handing out in our case. I would say the reason there's no jurisdictional comparison for the 2 million is because no other city that we know is tackling anti-racism in the same way by identifying an independent body and building a high-level organization. So the three main elements of the strategy, which are independent body, high-level organization and city, and getting operational funding out to anti-racism community groups that are acting in this space. We've not seen that kind of a commitment, and I think the advice we've received from the BIPOC community and ARAC is that we need to do these big strategy moves to make a difference in Edmonton, because other attempts have just not worked. So it will be used to actually stand up these bodies, to do the work required to stand them up, to make sure we understand the scope, the work that's required, the policies that we need to put in front of council, and then so we can come back to council with a recommendation to stand up these organizations in a particular model that we'll work on putting together.
Thank you. And it's my understanding, and the report will come back in summer 2022, and for all the work, the $2 million were provided. And then, so that is why I ask this question. And for $2 million and plus $1.2 million, and this done 3 months, and we, as a city, provide what's the specific difference we want to make, and then how we can measure them. And then I understand we provide the 7 outcomes, and we also provide some like actionable measures and in the report. And to me, it's not very clear. And for this, and what's key difference we want to make, and we could make, and in this like for with like $3.4 million, and also with a short timeline.
Yeah, so the 1.2 of the 3.2 will go to specific actions in the community that are well being considered by ARAC now. The 2 million is specifically focused at standing up and doing the work required to stand up an independent organization, a high-level organization in city administration, and to get operational funding. So we're not asking volunteers to do this work without getting paid anything. And the key purpose is to create anti-racism and to decolonize the processes that have been in place for so long, and to really tackle systemic racism in a real way.
Okay, I think my question is there, and I don't have enough time to speak. I will come back to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Principe to speak on this, right? So I'll go to Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Cartmel, as chair of the Community Services Committee, would you like to move the recommendation before Councillor Principe and Councillor Rice can speak on it?
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm happy to move the recommendation in the report.
And I can second that.
Oh, okay.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Okay, Councillor Principe, we probably need to extend the order by 10 minutes. We need to do that by motion? We have 2 speakers only.
Your rules say if somebody calls orders at 5, you're done. So for clarity, it might be good to extend orders, but I'll defer to the chair.
If somebody could move just for 10 minutes.
So moved.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette.
I'll second.
Second by Councillor Tang. Motion on the floor to extend by 10 minutes, the maximum. Any questions? Please vote.
It's okay. Send the vote. Send the vote.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton.
Yes, for Councillor Wright.
Thanks, Councillor Wright.
Yes, from Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Councillor Rice.
Thank you.
Councillor Rutherford. We have all the votes, Ms.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. All right, Councillor Principe, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I did have some questions, but am I to understand that I cannot ask questions now? Is it just to speak to the motion?
You can ask questions. Motion is on the floor, right? Yeah. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. All right. I guess my concern is that we heard from a lot of BIPOC members that they felt they were not included in the discussions, and that I just find maybe that we're moving a little bit too fast and putting money towards something that we really don't have, a plan for. And that is my concern. Although I love the idea, I understand the importance. I just feel that maybe we don't have the strategy yet. And I would like to see a more in-depth strategy on this. But my question is, how will this independent body be created? How will it be chosen? Is it chosen by council? Is it chosen but through interviews, or is it just ARAC that will be the independent body? I'm not sure I understand that.
Yeah, so Councillor, the idea would be it would be appointed by council, identified by council. They would obviously get a lot of recommendations from ARAC and the BIPOC community. But to be fair, that is the kind of work we want to use this $2 million for, is to give some very clear, get some research done, and give some very clear examples to council on what the best way to go is here. The other thing I would say is, while you're right, there was some concern about in the community not being specifically consulted. We did have a lot of support for all the 3 elements of the strategy, notwithstanding that, and I think the lack of conversation was due to the 90-day timeline we had, and I haven't heard anybody suggest that the recommendations aren't good. In fact, I've been contacted directly by a lot of the BIPOC community who say we weren't consulted, but we really like the recommendations, and we want to be part of the work going forward to get these recommendations back to council with which is again what we need the $2 million for. Some of that $2 million will be used to resource the participation of those members of the BIPOC community that were not consulted in the initial 90 days.
Okay, and the $300,000 a year in anti-racism grants, that is separate from the 2 million, correct?
That is separate, but as you may recall, that was increased to 1.2 million in the fall budget. Yeah.
Yes, that's right. Thank you. And okay. And, oh shoot, I think I had another question. I just kind of slipped my mind. Okay, yeah, sorry. Thank you.
You want to speak to this, Councillor Principe, now, or?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, sorry. I do remember my question. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So ARAC, I'm trying to understand ARAC. Now, they are a body that, I know they're the committee. Are they not paid for their role in ARAC? Or I'm not sure why we have like ARAC and then we're going to have an independent body separate from them.
Yeah, so I think the idea is ARAC is a voluntary board. There are some discussions about remuneration for different boards, but most of the work they've done so far has been voluntary. As I understood, one of the ideas and options, if the independent body is created, is ARAC could eventually potentially be transitioned into an unpaid board for that independent body. But again, that is part of the work that we need this $2 million so we can go do and provide all the in-depth analysis of the different options for council. So those decisions just simply haven't been made, but we need these resources to do that work with the full community to get their perspective and then bring back recommendations to council on what all that would look like. So there will be another opportunity this summer for council to approve, ask questions about what the design of the independent body looks like, what is the design and makeup of the suggested high-level body in the city administration. But also we need to get money out to the system to get this work done.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Paquette, we have 6 minutes.
Just to speak briefly.
Okay.
So if Councillor Rice has questions, I'm happy to wait.
Councillor Rice is to speak as well, my understanding is. So Councillor Paquette, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so Councillor Rutherford and I sit on the ARAC board, and I can say that it is absolutely a unique endeavor. There's nothing like it. And the reason for that is because ARAC has one purpose and one purpose only, and one mandate, and that is anti-racism. This is unlike any other organization we have in the city. And in fact, this is fairly cutting edge among any municipality in North America. And so we are trailblazing a little bit here, which is can cause a little bit of nervousness. But I also think that it's clearly something that Edmontonians want to see happen. I don't think anyone wants to see a perpetuation of racism. People would like to see an end to it. And this is going to be sort of that first stepping stone. Will be multiple check-ins and accountability opportunities and levers going forward. So it's not like we're just sending the money out into the wild. This is something that we're going to be having a conversation about multiple times. And I can say that from my experience with the committee, they take this work extremely seriously. They immerse themselves in research and best practices. And they also have, as I mentioned, Councillor Rutherford and I there as well. And we often speak about accountability, probably ad nauseum. People are probably sick of hearing about it. And there's also the benefit of having administration liaisons. For example, Mike Chow, who has been doing this kind of work for a long time, and he's extremely good at it. So this move also has the confidence of the city manager, who I think is well known for prudence. So I'm happy to support. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And as visible majority, I really, really understand how important of this work moving forward. And then I do believe like the majority of our Edmontonians and understand how important this work and for our city. So yes, I will support this move forward. And even though I have the concern and regarding how much money we will spend and from city accountability perspective, and also from our service delivery and efficiency perspective. And then by looking at the data and across Canada in the different city, I asked that question. I heard our city manager confidently answered, we will do this unique approach and way different from other cities the work has been done. I'm actually looking forward to see and how our city and will bring this issue actually to the point we can really resolve it. And in our city Edmonton, and even though earlier at the beginning and when I was elected for city council, I told everybody and in the public and they in front of a camera, and as a Chinese Canadian, and then during my campaign and during my professional work and in Canada, I actually personally, I didn't experience any racism towards to me. But this doesn't mean we don't have this in our society. And I heard my follows and from same Chinese community, I heard other people and from different community talk about this issue, how impact our quality of life, also how impact our professional development in our workplace. And then as this, I do looking forward and our city can really use this money and effectively to achieve the point we are talking about here, the unique approach and the unique results. And I think that is the results and our Edmontonian we're looking forward and also expect to see and by use millions dollars in this. And specifically for our next budget perspective, I do want this report can come back, provide some more detailed information for us to look at and how we can efficiently and effectively spend our tax dollar payer dollars and to address and some issue like this in our city and to make everybody and make our Edmonton as a happy place to live. And thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Rutherford.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am aware of time, but I felt compelled to speak to this one. You know, again, as Councillor Paquette mentioned, have the honor and the privilege of being appointed to the Anti-Racism Advisory Board. And, you know, this is absolutely within my wheelhouse. of systems change, of working with community. And I think some of the uncomfortableness that I hear from my colleagues is really, the tension we're going to experience when we're doing more community development, community-based work, and we're working with community in a collaborative way, as was directed by the original motion. And so, I think we are absolutely being innovative. We are changing the systems, and there is measures, but they're complex. And I think we need to make sure we don't end up going to a programmatic level with this, because this is really meant to elevate the changes we're seeing and some of the hate we're seeing, and how the conditions exist to allow that to even thrive. And it is thriving. We're seeing that and evidence around us each and every day. And I am not a person of color, but I absolutely know that it is there. And I have so many people that I know are experiencing it. And the reality is there is systems that are set up for some to have more privilege than others. And it's a hard conversation to have, but it's one that we absolutely need to have. And so I emphatically encourage my colleagues to support this motion, and know that it is not going to be easy. It's not going to be something that we're going to be able to have all the clear answers to, because when you're dealing with complex systems change, it is messy. But when we're in the mess, that's when we actually see the impact and change. So thank you so much, and I'm sorry for my distracting, but thank you, everybody, and I will stop so we can vote. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. It's nice to see the little guy there. Okay, we have no more speakers on this. Councillor Cartmel moved this, and I seconded this. We can go to the vote. This is going to be exciting work ahead of us, and we are celebrating. We are in the middle of actually the decade for the people of African descent, and the work we're going to do. It's going to be remarkable. Many, many things happening. So absolutely. So please vote.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton.
We just passed the 8-hour mark. I'm a yes.
I'm also a yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you,
I'm a
Councillor.
yes.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Salvador.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Jans.
I actually did get to vote. I voted yes. Don't know why it didn't come up.
Okay, thank you. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That has passed unanimously. Thank you so much, everyone. All right, so we will carry on, right, on Thursday, right? And I just call for adjournment Thursday, for now, right?
Yes,
Okay,
please.
we are adjourned till Thursday. See you Thursday. I'll see you tomorrow.